Oh, oh, all right. We are live. Couple minutes late. Sorry about we got some construction happening outside my apartment right now in the hallway. So I'm hoping that won't interfere too much with the sound, but if it does, I do apologize. But it doesn't seem too bad right now, especially with this microphone that helps a lot keep outside outside noise. All right, we'll give everybody a couple minutes to jump on. I see Courtney put in the chat hello. Hello as well. I'm going to say welcome. I know, Courtney, you had talked about a live stream talking about Masonic duty. But by all means, jump on the podcast, jump on the YouTube, jump on the live stream and let me know and whatever you guys want to talk about. I'll give people a few minutes. Usually it takes a little while for people to jump on, I find. So there's no rush. I've been checking out this really awesome book. I'm going to give a shout out to this horror movie by Paul Tremblay. Really, really good book. One of the few books I've read in the last little bit where I couldn't put it down. So I really loved that. So if you get the chance, I would say check that out. I feel like there's still some interference coming. I wonder if I can make it better. Just playing around with this. No. Let me just try. All right, this one seems to be the best. Thank you, Courtney. I'm glad that you like the book. I would recommend it. So I'd say check it out if you can. I don't know. I know we've talked a lot about our love of scary movies. So I don't know if you love scary books or like me like scary books. But if you do get the chance, please check it out. Where I'm going to put this. Give me one sec. Trying to find a place for my phone. Glad to see you too. I'm happy, Courtney, that you got my postcard. I hope you get a few more. Gonna get there we go. Gonna get a few more. I sent out your birthday card. So happy belated birthday. I hope it was a good one. I'll be going through my first degree on October 1st. That's awesome. Congratulations on your first degree. That's going to be really special. I know. I remember my first degree quite fondly, so I hope that you will enjoy it also. And yeah, just enjoy the experience, right? If I could give any advice at all for a first degree, it would be enjoy it. Try to pay attention as much as you can, but you're going to experience so many things that the best thing you can do, honestly, is just have fun and enjoy it and don't think too much beyond that. Would be my suggestions. Nicholas. Hey, Nicholas, good to see you. Thank you for jumping back on the chat. Actually, Nicholas, there's something I wanted to talk to you about, so I'm glad that you're here. It's about paranormal investigations. But thank you for jumping on. We got Nicholas, we got Courtney. We'll give it a few more minutes. We'll see who else shows up. I don't know if everybody saw this, but let me post this link. If I could find it, here it is. Before we go any further, though, I just want to post this. All right, this is my Medium article I just wrote. If you get the chance, check it out and like and clap for it. It's called Clapping on Medium. Clap for it and all that good stuff. Nicholas, apparently on October 5th, there's a paranormal investigation happening at Heritage Museum. I'm going to see if I can find anything about Heritage Museum, Kingsville, paranormal investigation. That's out in Kingsville. I'm just looking at the website, seeing if I can find anything about it. Sorry, guys, again about the sound coming through. Unfortunately, they're doing some upcoming events. Unfortunately, they're doing some repairs and construction, which is annoying because it means it interferes with this. But so unfortunately, Nicholas, I can't find anything on there. But apparently, on October 5th, they're doing a paranormal investigation. I think it's like a private investigation, so it's not open to the public. But I might be there. I'm going to be there probably to help with because we have a Masonic temple there called Heritage Lodge, which is like a replica of a Masonic temple. And I'm going to be there to open it up for the public. So I may see if I can't get there as well. If I get information about it more, I'll let you know. If it's possible, I can't make any promises, Nicholas, but if it's possible for you to come with me, I'll let you know that as well. I don't know who is going to be there versus not, but yeah. Welcome. We got somebody else who jumped on the live stream, it looks like. Throw in the chat, say hello, say how you're doing. Nicholas, if I do go there and I take like an Uber or something, I'll let you know because it might be a really fun paranormal investigation. In the meantime, if you guys could hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you haven't done so already, I would appreciate that. We got Courtney here who's going through his first degree in October 1st. So I'm sure that's going to be really special. I'm not sure what type of, I'm assuming Nicholas, you might get some pictures afterwards. So maybe you can share those with me. That'd be great. Not during the degree, obviously, but after, to see all the people who are there. That would be really cool. So yeah, keep us informed. I'm also going to throw it on in the chat my website address, which I hope you guys can check out as well. Because I'm trying to push that website. I really don't push it near as much as I should. I think that even shows the live streams. Let's see if it's presently showing our live stream on there as well. Kind of. It shows a ugly looking screenshot, unfortunately. But let me see if I can share the screen so you guys can see. So Nicholas, tell me, how was your Friday the 13th? You asked me how mine was. I told you what I was up to. What did you get up to for Friday the 13th? Let me know. Let's see. Here's our Square Income Promotions website. Please, guys, check that out. Send it lots of love, all that good stuff. I am a past master, Courtney. I'm past master a couple times now. So, and I always enjoy being one. So, I've always enjoyed being a master, and then it's also really fun being a past master because then you get to kind of relax a little bit, in theory, anyways. Nicholas, watching Jason Causing Trouble. Which ones did you watch? Because I know you got my box set. So, which ones did you end up watching? I'm guessing a few of them, anyways. It's always fun to do like those marathons. Courtney, I know you had suggested we do a live stream about the duties of a Freemason, which I'm happy to do. And I'm happy to talk about that more particularly because I do think there's some really interesting ideas as to what are the duties of a Freemason. But I'm curious, before we go any further with that, if you might have any suggestions or any ideas, like what would you think would be the duties of a Freemason? Um, or based on what you've kind of based on what you've heard people talking about, what would you think would be the duties of a Freemason? Throw it in the chat. Nicholas, all of them. So that would be a busy day for you then. All of them. That's a good marathon that you had rocking out there. Do you have any what was your favorite of them all? I think we talked about this before, but just out of curiosity, if you want to mention your favorite once more, let me know. I'm going to put that down in the chat. What to you are the duties of a Freemason? The first, see, I think that's one of the weaker ones. I really prefer. I really prefer 3, 6, 8, and 10. I think are the best ones, in my humble opinion. So they've all got their different types of value. And every one of them is good in their way, I do believe. I'm actually going to take a moment. I've also got a personal YouTube account. And if you guys want to check that one out, I post a lot of things on there about kind of my travels and the things I enjoy. So by all means, check that out. 10 is good too, but I don't have that one. See, 10 is the one in space. So that's kind of a really fun one, I think. Really underrated, underappreciated one. Because it's a lot of fun to watch. I'm also going to put in the chat, if you're not, maintain membership and definitely charity in the CO. I'm not sure what that means in the CO, in the company. And let me know what you meant by in the CO. But I can talk about some of those. So in terms of the first one, maintaining membership, yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty important duty, right? The problem with that idea, though, I do think, is like it's easy to just maintain membership and think you're doing, you're fulfilling your Masonic duties, but being a member that you never see or that never shows up can be not helpful. It can actually hurt the lodge in some ways because you're dealing with quorum and things of that nature. So I think, yeah, you have to maintain your membership, but a lot of people can take the idea of maintaining membership, and for them, it can mean only it can mean just paying your dues as opposed to paying your dues and maintaining it in those other ways by showing up and taking part and being active. So I think that that's a really important distinction. You mentioned charity, which I also think is very important. Some would say Freemasonry is not a charitable organization, which it might be, it might not be, but I certainly think charity is a pretty vital and pretty important part. I also think, though, when you're talking about different parts, what it means to be um, I think that's a really important part of it. I also think, though, charity, I think you can be charitable in many different ways. And I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind, right? There's charitable in the sense of like, um, charitable in the sense of with your money, which I think is how most people tend to take it, right? They think of, are you being charitable in the sense of like, um, are you giving money to charities? But there's also charitable in the sense of charitable of your time. Are you willing to be charitable in your time and volunteer for things? Charitable to your time in terms of the lodge. Are you willing to be charitable in terms of your forgiveness, or charitable in terms of your understanding, right? Or are you being willing to be charitable in terms of your I said forgiveness, but in terms of your patience. Like if you're attending, and Courtney, believe it or not, this will happen. I'm very sorry to say. Um, if you're willing to be charitable in terms of your patience, because you may end up being at a meeting that's not so great, that's maybe boring, that's not a lot of fun, the ritual work is bad. It can be easy to just kind of get really pissed off and just walk away. Um, which is fine, but it's important to be in those moments to be charitable and just say, okay, so this meeting wasn't that great, it was boring, the ritual wasn't that great, but the next one will be better. You can be charitable with your optimism, not as opposed to pessimism. I think there's too much pessimism nowadays. I think yes, Masonic duty includes being charitable, but I think that charity has to expand beyond financial and mean charitable with your time, charitable with your forgiveness, charitable with your patience, charitable with your optimism. Um, Even maybe liberal might be the better word, liberal with your optimism, liberal with your patience. Not in a political sense, the word liberal, but just in the sense of being willing to you know be more choosing optimism, choosing to be more optimistic than pessimistic, choosing to be more patient than not, choosing to be more kind, choosing to be more um, understanding. So I think that charity is absolutely a duty. I just think we always have to expand it beyond financially charitable. Taking care of the lodge and improving oneself, Courtney, yes, I think both of those are very good. I think both of those are very, very good examples of duties. I think taking care of the lodge, that's another one of those things that you can get pretty metaphorical about it, right? So you can say taking care of the lodge in the sense of taking care of the building and making sure it's well maintained and clean and safe, and that is absolutely a duty of every Mason. But then there's also taking care of the lodge, because technically what a lodge refers to is not the location in which it takes place. It refers to the um, um, it refers to the people, right? So Brownwood Lodge, your soon to be lodge, I believe, if I recall correctly, Brownwood. That doesn't actually refer to, when people refer to Brownwood Lodge, technically they're not referring to the building in which they meet, even though they usually kind of do. They're referring to the people that make up that lodge. So when you say taking care of the lodge, it also means taking care of the brothers, making sure they're okay and are, have food, and maybe one of them, loses his job and needs a bit of help and going to take him food or something, or maybe he suffers a loss of some sort. Trying to be there for your brothers as much as you can. is also taking care of the lodge, and it's as much taking care of the lodge as, the actual manual labor of physically taking care of it or financially taking care of it through paying bills. Community work, I agree 100%. I think, Courtney, I've said this a million times. I put that on Medium. You cannot separate the success of a lodge from the success of the community in which it's located. A successful Masonic lodge will be reflected in a successful community. You can define success, economically, socially, with the arts, all that stuff. And vice versa, the success of a Masonic lodge will be reflected. A successful community will be reflected in the Masonic lodge. So I think it is absolutely a duty of Freemasonry, if you care about your lodge and you want it to grow and prosper, is you should care about the communities in which it's located, even if you're out of town. So let's say I'll use Illinois as an example. You are a member of Glenview Lodge, but you're a member of Glenview United Lodge in Glenview, Illinois, but you live in, I don't know, Morton Grove, and you're traveling there. Even though you don't live in Glenview, because your lodge is there, you should kind of view Glenview as a second home and still want Glenview to be successful and still be a cheerleader for that community as much as possible and support the local businesses there. So yes, community work, putting in the work, I 100% agree with that. Nicholas Romita, Cameron, sorry, Nicholas, I'm running late. I just finished the novel by Stephen King called Later. I read that. Pretty good book. See, that's part of his series of books. Hold on just one sec. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab something quickly. I'm not going too far. Meantime, if you haven't done so, hit the like button. Okay. I can't find it. The book the novel Stephen King, the novel Later by Stephen King, that's part of his series of books called the Hard Case collection. He published 3 books under it. Joyland, which is a really good book. The Colorado Kid, which is one of my favorite books of all time. And the third one is Later. So they're all like these kind of crime-ish novels. They're kind of throwbacks, like 40s and 50s kind of style noir books, to my knowledge. So I haven't read Later, or sorry, I read Later. I liked it, but my favorite of those would be, without a doubt, The Colorado Kid. I loved The Colorado Kid. It was so, so good. Such a great book. So I'd suggest you read that one. And then I also really like Joyland as well, which is a good book. Stephen King writes really well when it's short stories. I just want to take a moment to say that. I think he's done some really good novels. Long Walk, Shining, The Stand, It. I really like all of those. I even like Tommy Knockers, and a lot of people knock that one. But I think Stephen King somehow does better when it's shorter stories. All That You Love Will Be Carried Away, one of the best. The main duty for me would be to attend all the local lodge meetings. Yes, I would agree with that one as well. So I'm a big, huge proponent that attendance matters and that you have to attend as often as you can. even if that means sacrificing time from work and family, I still think it's so vital that you take part, and attend all of those, attend all the meetings that you possibly can. I wouldn't say, even I, and I, who 100% believes in attendance, wouldn't say all, because you might get sick. I mean, emergencies are going to happen. Your wife might get sick, knock on wood. I hope they never happen. So I don't know if all, but as many as you can. And, that might mean having to, you might have to play with your schedule. So if you have to go grocery shopping, um, and normally go grocery shopping at night, maybe on a lodge day, you have to reschedule your time. So you go during the day, or whatever it is, make it work. I'm a big believer in making it work, and making it work so that you can attend as many lodge meetings as possible is really important. So yes, I wouldn't say all, because things do happen, but attend as many as you can. And when and as much as possible, play around with your schedule to make sure that you can, um, do those things, if that makes any sense. Um, so those are what I would say would be. So for me, I think, Courtney, I think you kind of really hit the nails on the head, or the nail on the head, in terms of what are some of the Masonic duties: taking care of the lodge, improving oneself, attending your lodge meetings, being charitable, taking care of the lodge, and improving oneself. I think those are all pretty great Masonic duties on which to hang your hat. I would add, I think you kind of nailed them all, right? I would add a couple more. So I think, here's how I'd put it, and I've said this before. To me, being a Freemason, what makes it so great is you're given the opportunity to make the world a better place. Um, and so that kind of is your Masonic duty, right? It's to make the world a better place, and to do so while also maintaining, both in terms of paying the dues and showing up, maintaining your Masonic membership. Um, so yeah, that kind of is my overall duty, and then how you do that kind of is up to you, right? So again, Freemasonry, though, provides you with so many opportunities to make the world a better place, um, that it's so easy to take that for granted, right? You have the opportunity to support local businesses, especially as a junior warden. You have the opportunity to help a brother who may be sick or injured, or visit a brother in the hospital, or um, you have the opportunity to help and support your lodges in a million different ways, and your brothers in a million different ways. And so that kind of is your duty, especially because you have the opportunity. You know, when you're given opportunities, then you kind of have more of a duty to take part in them, right? So I don't know if that makes sense. Like, if you don't have a shovel, then it's hard to say you have the responsibility to like shovel snow off the sidewalk or something. But if you do have a shovel, or given a shovel, then maybe you have more responsibilities. In the same way, Masonic, if you're given an opportunity for, um, if you're given an opportunity to be part of a lodge, or you become part of a lodge, now you have more opportunities to make the world a better place. So it's kind of incumbent upon you to use those opportunities to make the world a better place as much as you possibly can. Then there are other duties that kind of come in and out. Like, you already mentioned the duty to attend local lodge meetings, which is very important. A second thing up there is your duty to visit as much as possible, um, to visit other lodges, to support other lodges, travel is such a critical part of being a Mason. I mean, you don't have to travel. Obviously, nobody has to travel, but your Masonic career, um, your Masonic career is going to be so much more limited if you're not traveling. So whether it's a duty or not, I guess it can depend. I kind of think it is, but if not a duty, certainly you're missing out by not traveling. So I'd say that's a duty. And then I'd say another duty, make a Masonic, make a daily advancement in your Masonic knowledge. So every day that you can, especially once after October 1st for you, Courtney, try to take the time to every day learn something new about Freemasonry. Just one fact, just one thing. I think that can be extremely helpful. Nicholas Romita, does anyone know how to turn off the mouse pad on an HP Chromebook? I do not. If anybody in the chat knows, I wish I could help you, but I do not know how to do that at all. Sorry, I wish I could be of more help. Computers are not my thing. The other, I'm trying to think of how to describe it. The other types of duties that you owe, I'd say, and then there's also, and this is important, Courtney, for your future Masonic, potentially for your future Masonic experience, right? Is you will have duties dependent on your position. So if you become a worshipful master, there's certain duties assigned to the worshipful master. If you become a senior warden, there's certain duties that are assigned to the senior warden. If you're a junior warden, there's certain duties that are assigned to the junior warden. If you're a deacon, secretary, obviously secretary and treasurer, there are certain duties assigned to the secretary, certain duties assigned to the treasurer. So that kind of becomes its own thing where you have to pay attention to those as well. So just sending something off quickly. Courtney, I'll be honest, I've been to prison by a very prominent Mason Grandmasters from Mount. I mean, I'm sorry to hear you've been to prison. I'm glad you're out, and people make mistakes, so that stuff happens. I understand that in Texas they do criminal record checks, but then that doesn't preclude you from entering, so long as you're honest and upfront with your lodge about what happened and how you ended up there, and also how you've gone on to try to make your life better and make better decisions, or pick your term. Then so yeah, so what I would say is just make sure that you are being honest and upfront with your lodge, and letting them know what's going on. Honesty is always the best policy in my opinion. But not here with your lodge, right? Talk to your lodge about what happened, and they're going to find out anyway. So just always be upfront with your lodge about what's going on. But it's really important that you be honest with people when you're applying for things. I mean, that's a piece of advice I've given a lot, because there have been people I've talked to in different jurisdictions where they applied for they applied to join a lodge, but they had a criminal record of some sort. And, in some jurisdictions, criminal record checks are mandatory. Um, some in some jurisdictions they're not. In some jurisdictions, it's up to the individual lodges. I know actually in Illinois right now, they're looking at making criminal record checks a requirement as part of the application process. But whether it's required or not, it's always best to just be honest and upfront with whatever it is. I know people who've applied to join Freemasonry who had charges of driving while intoxicated, or something happened when they were younger, or they had a youth charge. Even if it's not something that still is on the record, if it happened when you were a youth, it still is a good idea to be honest with it, and share that information with the lodge, or share that information with your sponsors, so the lodge can make the determination there. Looks like we got a few more people joining us. I just posted the link in a couple spots, so I don't know if we have some people joining us from UGLE or from Australia, but please in the chat put down what's going on, what you guys want to talk about, anything Masonic related. Nicholas, I don't know if you've figured out how to turn off the mouse pad, but I hope that you did. Courtney Duffy, I didn't know that they had Freemasonry in Thailand. Yes, they do. They have Freemasonry pretty much everywhere in the whole world. I don't know if there's a particular place that doesn't have Freemasonry. I'm just kind of curious now. Freemasonry, Thailand. So I just looked on Google. Morakat Lodge number 945. Oh, it looks like it's from Ireland. Let me just see if I can share the screen. Bangkok, Thailand, Morakat Lodge number 945. So under Ireland, that's one of those things that happens a lot actually in Freemasonry. A lot of times you'll have, especially in smaller countries, not that Thailand, I don't know how big or small Thailand is necessarily, but in certain countries, lodges may form, but they will be chartered through United Grand Lodge of England, Ireland in this case. So sometimes that happens. But yeah, there's Freemasonry everywhere. I mean, in Africa, for example, in Ghana, a lot of lodges there are chartered under the United Grand Lodge of England. So I think that's really cool myself. I'm just gonna, Prince Hall actually was initially, and it was just his birthday not that long ago. Prince Hall Freemasonry. I just was curious to see where the first charter came from. If I recall correctly, it came from England or Ireland. Oh, it was Ireland. Okay. I'm just going to share this screen. Having been rejected by colonial American Freemasonry, Hall and 14 other men sought and were initiated into Masonry through Lodge number 441 of the Grand Lodge of Ireland on March 6, 1775. This military lodge was attached to the 38th foot. Okay. So we had a couple of times now where Grand Lodge of Ireland has popped up. Thailand and Prince Hall. So I thought Prince Hall that was the case. So that can happen quite a bit. Actually, Nicholas, I'm curious because you've known me now for a little while. You've had some experiences at the Masonic Temple yourself. Even though you're not a Mason, if you were to define the duties of a Freemason based on at least what you know of me, what would you say they might be if you had to take a guess? Because Ireland, heart. I love Ireland as well. I think Ireland's an awesome. I mean, I say that I've never actually been to Ireland, but I want to go. My dad is from Northern England, and Ireland is kind of. I think it'd be a fun place to visit. Either Northern Ireland or Southern Ireland. I can't remember the names now, but either or. Because from everything I see, it looks absolutely beautiful there. All the pictures I see of it look amazing, and it seems like a really cool. And I love the history of it. It seems like it has such an amazing and rich history. Nicholas Romita, hard working. Yes, I think that would definitely be a duty of Freemasonry, is to be hardworking. And hardworking, not just when it comes to Freemasonry, but I think that because how do I put it? Like, you need to be hardworking in Freemasonry to be a Freemason, obviously. Otherwise, what's the point? Work hard. But I also think hardworking with your family, hardworking with your friends, hardworking with your community, hardworking with your job, right? Because people will know, right? Like, if you are a Freemason, if people know you're a Freemason at your job, let's say, but you're incredibly lazy with your job, people are going to assume that Freemasons are lazy. Or if, with your family or with your whatever, people are going to assume Masons are those things. So you have to be hardworking on those. You want to be hardworking everywhere. And that's also, you want to be fair, you want to be kind, you want to be whatever it is that you are outside of the lodge. People will assume that reflects what's inside the lodge, both in terms of the membership and the and yourself and Freemasonry as a whole. So if you're a good person, then people will assume Freemasons are good persons. Like, Michelle's actually talked about this a fair bit. Michelle Broussard, he talked about this, and I really liked what he said, where he's like, because sometimes people will talk about and debate, like, okay, how do we deal with conspiracy theories? How do we deal with negative connotations about Freemasonry, or what, stuff you see online, lies about the craft? And I'll just be right back. And for me, it's like, and Michelle talks about this, he's like, instead of wasting time or worrying about trying to refute them and trying to always, trying to fight with everybody online and trying to correct people's misconceptions and point out what's incorrect and incorrect about what they're saying, he said, just be a good person, right? Be kind, be generous, try your best, be hardworking, like Nicholas said. And if you are doing those things, then other people, then that will naturally fight back and refute kind of the conspiracy theories and the nonsense that you see online. So I think that is a really good tip, and that's a really good tip for life too. Like, Nicholas is a paranormal investigator. I'm sure there are some people who have some misconceptions about paranormal investigations and paranormal investigators. And there are even some bad paranormal investigators out there, I'm sure. But so long as Nicholas, keeps being his kind and generous and good person, good self, then that's all he needs to do to refute those ideas. He doesn't actually need to fight back and directly. He can just be a good person, and people will see that. Cameron, I also didn't know that they're actually doing degrees in caves now. Yes, they are. I don't even think Courtney, the word now you need to worry about. Like, I think they've been doing them for a fairly long time, at least 10, 15 years. They do them in different, I think they do a lot of them in the States, and like Tennessee, I think, is some, Mississippi. Anywhere where there's caves, I suppose. So those I've never actually been to one. I want to go to one. I've been to degrees in barns. Um, which was really fun. I remember going to, it was called, so in Freemasonry, I don't think this is sharing a secret. Um, there's so in the third degree, it's usually called being raised. So you're raised to the third degree. And there's this phrase, um, so there's this phrase in Freemasonry, being raised to the third degree. And there's also this phrase called in the South, I guess, or in the West or somewhere, called like doing a barn raising. And that's when they get everybody together to, I guess, literally raise a barn, which meant lift the sides up and put the roof on. But in Paducah, Kentucky, I got to attend a barn raising, a Masonic barn raising, which meant they did a third degree inside of a barn. And it was one of my fondest memories of being a Freemason. I remember hearing the rain, because there was a tin roof. So as the third degree was going on, you could hear the rain. You could hear the rain kind of hitting the tin roof, which I really, really, I still, that sound when I hear rain falling, especially when I hear rain hitting a roof, I think of Paducah, Kentucky in the third degree. Just interesting here. Talking to Amish style. Yes, I guess it was kind of Amish style in a lot of ways. It felt kind of Amish style. Um, I wonder if there are any Amish Freemasons. There must be. I don't know of any, but that doesn't mean there aren't any out there. I'd have to look and see. See if my pops is on. Somebody was just talking online and brought up an interesting point, which is the idea of being a volunteer, right? Because Freemasonry will often talk about it's a volunteer organization. The question is, though, what does that actually mean? And brought up the idea of, like, if you're a volunteer firefighter, but you never attend any classes, could you still be a volunteer firefighter? Or never show up for your shifts or anything like that, right? I mean, the answer would be no. You still wouldn't be able to call yourself a volunteer firefighter. I would think that they would fire you or let you go, or whatever term it is that you want to use for that, right? They're not going to let you stay on as a not going to let you stay on as a volunteer firefighter if you're not attending. So even though they say Freemasonry is voluntary, and I think a volunteer organization, and I think certainly joining is a voluntary endeavor. Whether you join or not, you're volunteering, and you can't be forced to join, nor should you be forced to join. Once you volunteer, once you choose to volunteer to do something, then that's when the commitments start. And I think it's completely fair to set commitments, in my humble opinion. Awesome. You've been privileged beyond most. I agree. I think I have been privileged, not just Freemasonry, but in my whole life. I've been privileged in a lot of different ways. I was very lucky to be born in Canada. I love Canada. I love the States too. I've always said, if Canada is the greatest country in the world, it's because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. And I do think that's the case. But I'm privileged to be Canadian. I'm privileged to get to visit the States. I'm privileged because of the parents I've got. I'm privileged because of my Masonic opportunities. I'm privileged because I get to be a professional wrestler or professional wrestling referee. I'm privileged because I have a great family. I'm privileged because I have a great friends. I'm privileged because I have a roof over my head and food in the fridge and all that stuff. I think that's another maybe duty of Freemasons in a way, is to recognize all the different ways in which we're privileged and lucky, and to be, if nothing else, to be grateful for those things. Not to feel bad. I think sometimes people are weird and they kind of have this tendency to feel bad about their privileges, which I don't really understand. I don't feel you should feel bad, but you should be grateful that you have them, or understand that you have them, and be proud of them. And even in the darkest times, you've almost always got some privileges that are really special. What are your plans for Thanksgiving, Courtney? Well, Nicholas, Courtney is in the States, so his Thanksgiving and ours are different. Just is about 4 weeks after. I forget when it is. I honestly though think American Thanksgiving is weird time-wise. Like, it's so late. If it's about the harvest, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why the time is as late as it is. But yeah, I know, Nicholas, you said you're going to Thanksgiving with some friends, which is really cool. I still have no idea what I'm doing for Thanksgiving, because I have a wrestling show on the 10th, but then there's something happening on the 12th. I don't know if I'm going to be back in town or still in Winnipeg, so I'm not sure yet. Courtney, I love seeing PHA, Prince Hall, and AF and AM come. I agree, and there's been a lot of really cool unity. I can't think of the word now. Unity nights, unity degrees, unity ceremonies. There was one in Tennessee not that long ago. I actually did a podcast interview about that. So I love it as well. I think there's still a couple of jurisdictions where it's not in, but in most jurisdictions, it's still there. So. And I would love to meet you, Nicholas, one day. We'll see. First, just get through October. You got your first degree, so get that done and then go from there. But yeah, I agree. It'd be great to meet you as well. So yeah, Nicholas, we'll keep talking about Freemasonry, and hopefully more people will jump on. But you mentioned Thanksgiving. Are you going to be watching? I think it's called Thanksgiving, the most recent Thanksgiving horror movie that came out, which is one I really liked. Oh, so Thanksgiving was a 2023 film by Eli Roth, which was like a horror movie. I thought, but there's one from 2009 called Thanksgiving, which I'm sure is sounds with a title like that, it's bound to be a good movie. I'm just going to share this. American slasher film directed by Eli Roth, written by. Our Thanksgiving is the 28th of November. Yeah, so it's so late compared to Canada. I wonder why that is. I'm sure there's a reason historically. An American slasher film directed by Eli Roth and written by Jeff Rendell, based on the story of the pair. Yeah. Produced with Roger Blaine. So, Nicholas, if you're looking for a fun, scary movie to watch, I would recommend this one. I'm going to go back here and just go back to medium. We're waiting to see if anybody else shows up. Let's see if I can actually track it down. Unreasonable Freemasonry Part 2. I'm just going to share this screen for a second. I don't know if you guys have read this yet. If you haven't, like I said, please follow me on Medium so you can check this out. Nicholas, in the meantime, throw in the chat. Let me know if you have any, or you, in the chat, throw down there if you've been looking into any more paranormal investigations, or if anybody's contacted you. You can put your email down again if you want, about creating your team. I'd be happy to be in your team for a little bit to help you out. So this kind of goes to the idea we talked about before of the duties of a Freemasonry, why it's important to have those duties. Know why your work is important. Okay, so here's a question for you, Nicholas. I'm going to talk about this in a Masonic context, but Nicholas, if you could put down in the chat, why is your work important, do you think? So why is paranormal investigations important? So in the book, Will Guidera discusses the value of knowing and understanding why your work is important. Freemasonry is no different. This is true in both a micro and a macro sense. How many Freemasons understand the importance of such mundane tasks as the reading of minutes, reviewing correspondence, or even the paying of bills? These boring administrative tasks are nonetheless important, in fact vital, to the well-functioning of a Masonic lodge or body, as it ensures a lodge is financially sound and operating in a manner that respects its membership and larger community. How many Freemasons understand the importance of administrative tasks related to our Grand Lodge communications, dispensations, etc.? Grand Lodge administrative tasks, including maintaining the necessary records and documents, are important as they ensure a consistent lodge in dispensations. That Grand Lodge administrative tasks, including maintaining the necessary records and documents, are important as they ensure a consistent lodge experience across a jurisdiction, provide financial stability for a jurisdiction, and ensure Masonic lodge and ritual and practice remain standard across the jurisdiction, as well as protecting against clandestine or improper Masonic bodies that may seek to take advantage of membership. Nicholas Ramita, it's important because it helps people. Okay, so in what ways do you think it, or in what ways does it help people, and how does it help people? That's one of my favorite movies, Cameron, for Thanksgiving. It's on Tubi, my favorite movie app. I like Tubi as well. Tubi has the best scary movies, I think, Courtney. The best scary movies by far. In the macro sense, how many Freemasons understand the importance of Freemasonry? How many understand why it's important that Freemasonry exists? Do you know why Freemasonry is important? Do you know the charitable works done by, do you know the proven health benefits for those engaged with social groups, especially older individuals? Do you know about the charitable works done by and for Freemasons? Do you know about how many members and families have a roof over their heads and food in their stomachs due to Masonic benevolence and charity? Do you know about the connections between strong communities and strong Masonic lodges? We at Square Encompass Promotions, what was your question again? So you said it's paranormal investigations are important because they help people. So in what ways does it help people? How does paranormal investigations help people? We at Square Encompass Promotions have taken great efforts to educate Masonic membership and the public regarding the above questions, and more generally on the importance of Freemasonry, because we believe that everyone needs to know why the work of Freemasonry is important, and it is work. Going back to what Courtney said before, get to work. I like this one as well. It might not work is a terrible reason not to try, which I agree with 100%. This may be the most valuable insight contained within unreasonable hospitality. In Freemasonry, the famous past master statement is, "That's not how we did it in my day. We are often afraid to try new things for fear it will not work. While the fear of failure is real, it often blinds us to exciting possibilities." So this is just an example. There's way more in here. I left something in the chat, like a link, but I would encourage everybody, if you can, please read it. I personally think it's quite a good one myself. And there may be stuff to add. And if there's ever anything you want to add to one of my medium stories, I hope you'll do so. Just you can comment on it. You can add stuff. You can add what you think. Comments are incredibly helpful when it comes to any type of engagement, right? I want to be engaged with the audience. I'm just trying to send off a message quickly. If I could. Help them with the experiences that they are having and give them some peace. That's good. That's awesome. And I'm sure it does give them a lot of peace to actually have the ability to talk with people and to understand what they're talking about, right? Or to understand what they're going through, give them peace. I'm sure that's very, very helpful. And I'm sure you've experienced that a few times. So thank you for the work that you do. I think, I think that's a really important thing actually is I'm still getting messages. Yeah, well, hopefully, like I said, Nicholas, I'm happy to try to help you out at least a couple of times, maybe once or twice on a investigation. Maybe if you're ever doing one, we can talk about getting together to do one. I think the integrity makes up the Mason fraternity as a whole, in which rewards outstanding view from the lodge as a whole. Well, yeah, I mean, the more integrity you have, the better the lodge is going to look overall, right? I think that's a really important point as well. We talked about this before, right? If the way that you act is a reflection on the lodge and on Freemasonry. So integrity is a really important part of Freemasonry and life in general, right? And not, no person has 100% integrity. We all mess up and make mistakes, which is okay. It's just about when you make those mistakes, trying to figure out how to make them work so that they are how to make them right, I should say, as best as you can. But yeah, and then rewards. If I'm reading that right, Courtney, I think I agree with you in terms of the one of the reward is you get an outstanding view. So people have a outstanding or a good view of the lodge itself, right? They view it as being they view it in a very positive light, which I think is really important to have that because it's really dangerous, I believe. If a community has a negative view of the lodge, then I think that you risk it risks the whole craft, and everybody might start to have a somewhat negative view of Freemasonry, and words get around, so it have a negative view of Freemasonry in all sorts of different places, unfortunately. So yeah, I agree with that 100%. Just sending out to a couple more people, see if anybody else jumps on. was I saying? In terms of things I've got going on or got coming up or had coming up, yesterday I had a very fun time at one of my Masonic homes away from home, Essex County. Um, Essex, or sorry, well, I'm part of Essex County District, the Essex Masonic Temple in Essex, Ontario, which is an absolutely beautiful little town, right? I think what makes Ontario great is a lot of things, but one of them is small, the small towns that kind of are throughout the province, and Essex is no different. Essex is a very cool town. They've got a very cool Masonic temple where every month or so, I think 5 times a year, we have our meetings to discuss district related business. So I always enjoy them because before that, me and my buddy Igor, we go out, we grab dinner, which is something I always look forward to. So it's a lot of fun. Coming up tomorrow, there is a dinner, a banquet at the Masonic Temple. We're honoring two very deserving brothers, Paul Hooper and Laura Prey, both of whom, one of them got a Grand Lodge appointment. One of them is a very worshipful. One of them got a Grand Lodge appointment. One of them got the Meritorious Service Award. They're both awesome people, and they're both well deserving. So I'm looking forward to doing that. Yeah, so it's going to be a lot of fun. And then Friday, I've got another lodge meeting. Thursday, I've got a meeting. I'm very excited about that with Caesars Windsor. I'm working on a lobbying effort here to bring forward some events here, and I'm meeting with some different groups and organizations throughout the next few months to see how we can do that. It'll be a very big Masonic event, but if we get it, it will be really special as well. So we've started the lobbying process now, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And so, yeah, so I think one of my favorite things to do is to make connections with is to make the connections between Freemasonry and community groups. Those I think are really special things. But I think I'm looking forward to checking out Caesars Windsor because it's supposedly, I've been to Caesars a million times for their coffee, for concerts, for all sorts of special events like that, and they're always really special. And it's a really cool spot. I've never actually stayed in like the hotel or anything like that, but I'm told that they've got some absolutely incredible views of Detroit skyline. I'm told that they've got some absolutely incredible rooms and conference rooms with the incredible views. I'm told that they've got an incredible health center and spa and all that type of stuff. And I'm looking forward to actually just touring and getting to see that stuff, firsthand. And maybe I'll take some pictures and share them on social media. But I'm looking forward to that a lot. Courtney Duffy, you guys have a ballroom in the Windsor Masonic Temple. Yes, we do. And it's the largest dance floor in the city of Windsor, in fact. We have a lot of ballroom dancing that takes place there, which I think, and hopefully more. We just have Temple Blooms, which has taken over kind of the ballroom in a lot of ways. And I think they're going to do a great job. I'm looking forward to seeing the work that they do. Yes, they do, Courtney. Yes, they do. Cameron, while you've had a live chat with so Most Worshipful Brad Billings was when I spoke with him, the Grand Master. He is presently the Grand Secretary. He's a really cool dude. I like him a lot. I got to meet him in Gonzales, Texas, actually. Gonzales being a really cool little town. So they were celebrating I can't think of it now. They were celebrating the 100th anniversary, I believe it was, of the Gonzales Lodge. Or 150th. Anyways, and so they were celebrating that during the Come and Take It festival. And so He planned a whole series of events, which was a lot of fun. I remember one thing he did was he planned like a brunch at a Mexican restaurant, which was delicious. The Mexican restaurant was packed, but I think that Most Worshipful Brother Brad Billings did a really, really great job of organizing social events, like or public events. He organized a great Alamo event, the Gonzalez event. He really pushed that, and he would have us do things like he would have his Masons walk from in Gonzales. He had his Masons walk from the parade to the lunch spot in their regalia with their aprons, so people could see us and know the Masons were there. And he did a really great job. He's a really, really good dude. Based on the few times I met with him and the interviews I did with him, I like him a lot. But I like a lot of Masons in Texas that I've had the chance to meet. Brother Soap, Stanley Omar Amos Payne is an amazing brother. Rit Moore, great guy. Texas in general, really cool spot. I've had the chance to be there a couple of times. I wish I could be there more. I always really love being there. It's a really cool state, really cool people. So yeah. Sorry about the once again, sorry about the sounds coming from outside. Like I said, they're doing some construction. We had a great little run where there was no construction happening, but it looks like it's back. So hopefully it doesn't interfere too much with this. Actually, okay, so Courtney, going back to you, or Nicholas, excuse me, going back to you. We talked about the duties of a Freemason. Here's a question for you. What would you say in your mind are the duties of a paranormal investigator? What do you think those duties are or could be? We'll give everybody a couple minutes to respond. Oh, I just found out that the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Scotland, Brother Dr. Joseph J. Moore, resigned for personal reasons. So I guess I would say that I and we wish him the best and hope that those personal reasons are not anything to do with sickness or ill health or family members sickness or ill health, and we just hope for the best. And we also wish the best to immediate past Grand Master Brother Worshipful Ramsey McGee as he takes over on the interim. I guess the regular communication is Thursday, 31st of October, 2024. So we wish them the best of luck. I tried to attend that a couple of years ago when it was virtual during COVID, but it was like you had to start at like 12 o'clock or something, like midnight. It was crazy. So so Nicholas, I don't know if you heard, but if you do and you can answer, we talked about what we think the duties are of a Freemason. Attendance at lodge, maintaining membership, taking care of the lodge, being charitable, helping your community. I talked about mine, right? The duties being to make the world a better place. Nicholas, what would you say, in your opinion, are the duties of a paranormal investigator? There's probably a couple different ones, I'm sure, not just a single duty. So, any duties that you think so. And Courtney, thank you. That's very kind. It's good to have you here on the chat as well, and also good to have you on the chat with Nicholas, who's a great guy, and great to have everybody here. I think that's the most fun part of being a Freemason in some ways, is the people that you meet. Don't always have to even be Freemasons. Like Nicholas isn't a Freemason, but I met him because of Freemasonry, because we wanted to do that paranormal investigation. So I think that adds a lot of fun to it, is the people that you get to meet. Let's give it a few minutes, see if anybody else is able to jump in and join us. I am working on a few more medium stories as well as a few more interviews. I'd like to actually interview. I sent out an email. I'd like to have some interviews with some brothers who've done cave degrees. So I'm working on that. I also am interviewing, or want to interview, some brothers from the Grand Lodge of Israel. So if I ever get in touch with them, I've been trying. If anybody from Israel is watching this, I would like to interview you guys, please. I think it'd be a lot of fun to get that interview in, because I know very little, if anything, about Freemasonry in Israel. So hopefully I'll get somebody on from there. The last interview I did, which was a lot of fun, was with Peter Cialtis. Let me see if I can pull it up right now, or just show off my episodes. Let's go to the homepage. Oh, no. Oh, here it is. Sorry, just taking me a second to find it. Cameron, just to bring an idea to your podcast, you should do a Masonic. I've done. That's a really good idea. I've tried to do some in the past, like contests. We actually did a contest where we did a giveaway of one of brother Jason Durda's paintings that he did of the Masonic Temple, where our kind of home is, which I really did appreciate. So yeah, that is definitely a good idea. Do some more contests if I could. So I will keep you guys informed. But no, we could do a test your Masonic knowledge, that type of thing. Quiz nights. That'd be a lot of fun. Episodes that we've done. I just wanted to pull this up. We've got Peter Cialtis from 3 weeks ago, Rubicon Society, the Supernatural Expo, Russ Charvonia and Masonic Civility, Jeff Bennett, Pride. So yeah, it's been a good run of episodes. Florida. School of Instruction, etc., etc. So I really enjoyed doing all of these. Welcome, everybody. If you're just joining us, we're here chatting about Freemasonry, but also anything else we want to talk about. By all means, if you could leave something in the chat, let me know where you're from. If you're a Mason, if you're not a Mason, anything you want to talk about. We got my good friend Nicholas on here. Courtney. Nicholas is a paranormal investigator. Excuse the super fun sound outside my doorway. They're just doing construction on the hallway, so it's kind of a pain in the butt. I'm trying to limit the sound as much as I can, but I think it's just going to be stuck with it for a little while. For a while, we had it, they had taken a break, so it was nice, but I think that they're back. And if you're joining, let me know what jurisdiction you're joining from. I've been lucky enough to have Masons on here from Romania, from Bucharest in Romania, from Texas, from Manitoba, from Ontario, from Michigan, from Illinois. So lots of different people, lots of different locations, which I always do appreciate. Let me know what jurisdiction you're from. Also, let me know what it is that you want to chat about. One of the things we were chatting about, and by all means, you can answer any questions you want, is what do you think are the duties of a Freemason? I provided, some of my ideas. Courtney provided some of his ideas. Even Nicholas, who's not a Mason, but based on his knowledge of it, he said one of the duties of being a Freemason is hard work, which I really did appreciate. And I agree with that 100%. I think it is oftentimes about hard work. Cameron, can I ask Nicholas a question? If yes, I sent him an invite on Instagram, but he must accept it. I don't know if Nicholas is on Instagram, come to think of it, or Canadian Paranormal Trackers. Nicholas, if you are, you can check that out. I'm just really curious. Now I'm going to check this out. Give me 1 second. Oh, he is. Okay. Well, I'm following him now. Nicholas, accept it. Nicholas is saying no. I think somebody might have then made a Instagram of you, Nicholas, because I got it here. Here, let me actually pull it up. Hold on just 1 sec. Just give me 1 second. Let's see if I can. I'm going to share. Going to switch and share this screen. So yeah, Nicholas, according to Instagram, you are in fact on Instagram. You have 18 whole followers. So I don't know. I just followed you, or follow this Nicholas Romita. Cameron, what kind of trees are planted outside the Windsor Masonic Temple? I don't know. I actually don't know the name of them. There was 2. We took one down because the keys were like messing up the roof. But once I know, I'll let you know. Or I'll ask. I will go and I will ask and I will see. I'm actually kind of curious now. Let me just check. I'm going to Google search this. I'm going to go back to sharing this tab. Nicholas, I don't know if you got my question before, but if you didn't, I'm going to ask again. What type of duties do you think are there for a paranormal investigator? Okay, let's see. Nicholas Romita, that was supposed to be shut down. It was not, I guess. It's still there, but you can use it to follow me on Instagram. So there's that, and follow Courtney, or take Courtney's invite. Cameron, what type of trees are planted outside the Windsor Masonic Temple? I don't know, but here we go. I'm going to switch this and share a different screen. Share this tab instead. The most common tree species in Windsor include honey locust, Norway maple, and silver maple. Additional trees are also being planted by community partners. The city of Windsor, so this is 2024. The city of Windsor has officially planted its 1400th tree this year. The city's forester has marked the end of the spring tree planting season. Over the course of 2024, the city will plant 2,500 large caliper trees during the spring and fall to replace trees that were lost due to age or weather-related damage. The city manages and maintains a modern digital inventory of around 87,000 trees between parks and streets, with an unknown number of more trees in forests and other natural areas. So probably the type of tree in front of the Windsor Masonic Temple is a honey locust, Norway maple, or silver maple. But I don't know a ton about trees, but I can tell you this: they were a pain in the butt for a little bit because the leaves kept on getting on our roof and then clogging up the drains, which was a pain in the butt. But I think it's really interesting. The how do I put this? The landscaping around a building is so important, right? A Masonic lodge. Some Masonic temples and lodges are in such a they might be in a location where there's not really any landscaping to do because maybe they're just on a concrete parking lot, or there's just a tiny little lawn that you can't really do much with other than mow the grass. But if your building is such that it does have a big lawn or space for flowers or space for anything like that, then by all means take advantage of it and try to show off not just the building itself and the facade, but plant trees, plant flowers, plant a garden, put up a flagpole. Like, the landscaping around a Masonic temple, I think, is just as important as the facade, if not in some ways even more important. Well, maybe I wouldn't say more important. I would say just as important. Yeah, I think just as important. You need them both. Dennis, hello, everyone. Hello, Dennis. Thank you for joining. It's good to have you back. We always appreciate you joining us. I hope that you're doing well. Harry, right now it says here, message retracted for me, but I saw him say hello a second ago. So, hey, Dad, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Dennis, Harry, if you both could take a moment and hit the like button, that always helps with these podcasts, getting more people to see them. Dad, let me know how you're doing. Same thing with you, Dennis. Let me know how you're doing and what you guys want to talk about. Decorative ideas for a lodge could definitely be a duty inside and on the outside. Yes, I agree. Right? There's decorative in the sense of just making it look pretty, but there's also decorative in the sense of maintaining it, both of which are very, very important. So yeah, no, I agree completely with both of those things. Dad, we were just talking, I don't know if there's anything you want to add, but we were talking about what we consider to be the duties of a Freemason. So if you have anything that you want to add or that you could think of, by all means, put it in the chat. It'd be great to hear your thoughts on what those duties are. Dennis, if you have any thoughts, Mason or not Mason, if you have any thoughts, by all means, put them in as well. I'd be love to hear what you kind of think of based on your understanding as what are the duties of a Freemason. Nicholas or Courtney gave some great ones. Nicholas gave a good one as well. Hard work. So I think that's wonderful to have as many different ideas as we can as to what are the duties of a Freemason. Dennis might as well ask, what are the duties of man? Okay, maybe we'll try that. What do you think the duties of a man are? Or duties of man? And then at what point do they overlap and differentiate between being a man and being a Freemason? Because obviously, like if you look at something else, like if you look at being a volunteer firefighter, then there's certain duties that are unique to that profession or that occupation that other people won't have. But overall, right, they still have kind of the duties to be what we would consider some of those good manly qualities, quote unquote. Duties of a paranormal, or just not two man, right? Like what I'm trying to say, there's like the verb of two-man something, right? So two-man a station, two-man a post, two-man if you're on a boat, two-man your position, right? Which means it's not like it could be a man or a woman necessarily. It just means to be where you need to be and be responsible for the place you need to be responsible for. Which is interesting point though, right? Then it comes to the idea of like, well, are there actually duties related to being a person, to being alive, to being a man or a woman, right? Beyond specific job titles. Duties of a paranormal team is setting up equipment and having respect to the clients and the spirits. Okay. And each other. Okay, so when you say and each other, or actually, going back, having respect to the clients and spirits and each other. So, what would you say would constitute respect for the clients versus the spirits? Because I'm assuming it's going to be a different type of respect. Because, like, what if the spirit is kind of being, like, I assume when you talk about respecting the spirits, what you mean is respecting the fact that they could be dangerous, or respecting the fact that it's a serious thing and there could be a level of danger involved, and so you have to be respectful of, kind of the same way you'd be respectful if you stumbled on a tiger in the woods, right? Respectful of its power and potential danger. Whereas if you're respectful of the clients, it's more being respectful of the location where you're at and their home, of their property. If that makes any. So yeah, so that makes sense. And each other, team members, obviously, right? Respect is going to be, it's going to be very hard to organize a paranormal investigation if with your team, if your team doesn't respect each other, I would think. I saw my pops a second ago jump on, so I hope he's doing well. If he has any ideas as to what the duties of Freemason are, by all means, I hope he'll add them in also. Dennis, same things. I know you said Dennis there. Might as well ask, what are the duties of a man? Which is a good question, but even that one, right? What would you say would be the duties of a man in the chat? And anybody else who's just joining us, please, by all means, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know where you're from, your Masonic jurisdiction, and what it is you want to talk about. Like I said, we've been talking a lot about, in this live stream, the duties of a Freemason. And also, do you think that they change jurisdictionally? Because there may be, like, certainly in, for example, the Philippines, it's a duty to attend at least 3 meetings per year, I think, depending on your lodge. That's not a duty in Ontario. In Brazil, I think it's 50%, if I recall correctly. But again, that's not a duty in Ontario. But in Ontario, one of your duties is there's a dress code. So if you're showing up to lodge, you have to wear a suit and tie. Whereas in other jurisdictions, there's no dress code. Although that, I think, also brings up the really interesting question, right? What is the difference between, or is there a difference between a duty and a responsibility? Because some might argue that a dress code does not represent a duty. It's like a duty is like a higher standard, right? It's a responsibility to wear a suit and tie when you're in lodge, but it's a duty to attend lodge. Or I don't know, or maybe not. Maybe there is no distinction. But let me know what you think of that, and if you think there is a difference between the two, between a duty and a responsibility and a bylaw, and or could you argue that like a duty or a responsibility is usually something that is found in your bylaws, which means those can change over time. Like you can modify a bylaw. It's much harder to modify a duty necessarily. If again you think of a duty almost as like a landmark of Freemasonry, which landmarks tend not to change, in my humble opinion. So yeah, I don't know if Michelle might be joining us. I think he was saying he was going to join us at some point. Nicholas, what would you say if you had to say, like, do you think there's a difference between a duty and a responsibility as it relates to paranormal investigation? So, like, would you say, for example, maintaining your investigative equipment is a responsibility, so it works properly, but being respectful of the clients is a duty? Or do you think that's kind of a distinction without a difference? Harry, hi Cameron, get rid of your I think I did get rid of my cough. I think my cough might be gone. Or I don't know. I don't think I had it yesterday actually, so I shouldn't say that. I was coughing up a storm yesterday, but today it's, knock on wood, seems to be gone. See, that was me knocking on wood. Get rid of your cough before you come back to Winnipeg. I've just finished watching a cricket game from Australia, and the winning team was called the Winnipeg Hawks. I'm checking this out right now. Hold on just one sec. It's a cricket team out of Australia. By the way, Dad, we were just talking with each other about what we consider to be the duties of a Freemason. So if you want to put down in the chat, then by all means, let me know, Dad. What do you think of as the duties of a Freemason? Nicholas Romita, yes, it is. Our plan in going out to eat has to wait. We'll get a chance to go out to eat at some point. So let's share this screen quickly. Google search Winnipeg Hawks cricket team. Winnipeg Hawks are a Canadian men's 20 franchise cricket team that competes in the global team. Based in Winnipeg. All right, well, that's pretty cool, though. I didn't know that Winnipeg had a cricket team. Is Harry your dad, Cameron? Yes, he is. He is my pops indeed. So you know he's a handsome fella. Because all the Adamsons are very handsome people, just for the record. Just for the record. If you want to talk again about, again, if anyone wants to put in the chat, what do you think of as the duties of a Freemason are? We talked about charity as a duty. We talked about visiting or attending your lodge, maintaining your membership, taking care of your building, taking care of your lodge, the people in the lodge, being charitable with your time, being charitable with your money, being charitable with your patience, being charitable with your forgiveness, being charitable with your understanding, being charitable with your optimism, all as duties of being a Freemason. We talked about the duties of hard work, of supporting your community. And when we say your community, both the community you live in, but also the community in which your lodge meets. We talked about the duties of making the world a better place or having the opportunity to make the world a better place. But Dad, if we missed anything, what do you think of as the duties of a Freemason? Um, does anyone have a great classical movies from the 90s? I mean, not on me. I have a collection of movies actually at the Masonic Temple, but some of my favorites include oh god, see, the 90s was a great time for scary movies. I know we talked about this, but you had like Scream. I know what you did last summer. Urban Legend. You even had some good, like, that was that tail end where you had your like Halloween part 6, The Curse of Michael Myers in 95, and Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, and Jason Goes to Hell. And you had all of these, like, you had the tail end of those slashers. You had like the Chuckies or the Child's Plays, and even the Prom Night started to get a bunch of sequels. I think a lot of them were direct to video. And then you had this break, and then you had a whole new crop of scary movies, starting with Scream, and then all the ones that jumped in there after that, right? Scream, Urban Legend, I Know What You Did Last Summer, Valentine in 2000. So that was a really great time for, I think, horror movies. And a really good time for movies in general, right? A lot of fun movies in the 90s. I think Bad Boys, a lot of good action, I think, in the 90s. Urban, a lot of good action movies like Con Air, Bad Boys, The Rock was a great movie, Face Off. So you had really great action and then really great horror. Dennis, God's will be done. I am but a vessel. Is that, Dennis, kind of a reference to what you mentioned before about this as being um, the duties of a man, right? What it is to be a man or a Freemason is to um, kind of not focus on your own personal wants and desires, but rather to focus on trying to do the will of your higher power, of God, or supreme being, whatever it might be. Courtney Duffy, one of my favorite movies is Critters. Great movie. Well done. I like Critters a lot. I always preferred Ghoulies Part 2. I think Ghoulies Part 2 is my favorite of, I don't know what you even call those type of movies. Uh, little creatures attacking townspeople movies. Whatever you call it, I like Ghoulies Part 2 a lot. That was always my favorite. I think most people will always go with Gremlins, which is a great movie as well, and the sequel is great as well. Critters, though, is a good movie. Critters is a great film. The sequel is great. Red Letter Media, a YouTube channel that I really like, did a whole episode about Critters, and that was really, really fun. So, yeah, Critters, well done. I support that choice. Nicholas Romita asks Harry, what do you think about all the Toronto teams? Nicholas Romita. Actually, Gremlins 3, Nicholas, already came out. They did Gremlins 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I believe 4 starred Leonardo DiCaprio. Is interesting enough. Hold on just one second. Let me check. Going to Wikipedia. But they might be doing like a remake of Gremlins 3. Oh, actually, I was wrong. Sorry, Nicholas. I got it mixed up. I was thinking Critters 3. Yeah, I guess they stopped at Gremlins 2, right? That was the plant one. Let me see. Well, that's kind of cool that they're actually doing a third one. Of course they are. They're always doing those, right? Well, let me see. Okay, we got Gremlins 2, the new batch. I'm just going through this. Here it is. So, all right. Courtney Duffy, are there any famous Masons from the Ontario area that you have had on the podcast? I've had a bunch from Ontario on the podcast. I don't know how famous they would be. Like famous in our circles, I suppose. Like Peter Cialcis, Art DeCecco, Michelle Broussard is famous in is a legend around here, anyways. That's for sure. Igor Strukin, so a bunch of Jason Durda, so a bunch of ones, but I'm trying to think famous. Like if you're talking about famous in terms of like popular arts or culture or musicians or anything, then not really. But certainly famous in our circles, there's been a lot, which has always been really special. Everybody's famous for 15 minutes, right? I suppose the most recent one would have been Peter Cialcis, who is certainly very, very well known because he's on the building committee. So he's responsible for making a lot of, every lodge every year has to send him some paperwork regarding their building compliance forms are called. So Dad, Nicholas was asking here, what do you think about all the Toronto teams? It's interesting. I remember back in the day, my mom was still alive. We used to travel to Toronto a lot, and she would they'd always get a hotel that overlooked the Sky Dome. Like the window of the hotel went out into the Sky Dome. So when the baseball was going on, you could actually watch the baseball from your hotel room. So that was kind of really cool. I remember that as being a lot of fun, and everybody kind of really enjoyed it. My mom loved baseball. My mom loved the Blue Jays. She used to watch them all the time. So I have very fond memories of Toronto teams. Nicholas Romita, I didn't like the remake of Gremlins. I like the remake of Gremlins. Well, I mean, I don't think they even made a remake. I like the sequel. I like the sequel a lot. Courtney Duffy, I've been studying the book Navigating the Craft. It's very interesting from top to bottom. Good. I mean, research is always going to be, especially when you become a Mason. Especially when you become a Mason, right? Research, like we said, another potential idea of what is a Masonic duty is making a daily advancement in Masonic knowledge. So whatever books you can find and books you can read are always going to be helpful. Nicholas Romita, they made a remake. Okay. I did not know that. But I guess it doesn't surprise me. How many remakes do they make every year of these movies? That's something that's always fun to talk about, right? Is Freemasonry in movies. Let's see, just out of curiosity. Right, they had League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. They had a Masonic ring. They have so many Masonic rings out there. The Man Who Would Be King had a whole bunch of Masonic movies in the Masonic references in the movie, I should say. Yeah. Keep talking. Let me know again if you guys haven't done so yet. What do you think of as a Freemason's duty or duties? What do you think of as a Masonic duty? Anything you want to talk about, by all means, throw it in the chat. We're from where Drake is and Justin Bieber. We got a lot of great Canadian singers, man. We got or great musicians. We got Nickelback, which I'll not stand for any Nickelback hate in this chat. I love Nickelback. I think they're awesome. We had Shania Twain, Crash Test Dummies, I thought. Well, Shania Twain for sure, Avril Lavigne, Celine Dion. So, we've got we got a lot of amazing musicians come from here in Canada. Although Bryan Adams comes from Canada, although in terms of Masons who are also musicians, we've got, well, Masons, not we, but Freemasonry is lucky enough. We've got Brad Paisley, who is himself a Mason. He's a member of Franklin Lodge down in Tennessee. Every time he would do a show here, I always tried to get him to come to the Masonic Temple, but never had any luck. But I'm hoping one day. Because Caesars Windsor has so many shows. I always try to hopefully reach out to the artists and see if maybe they can potentially come down and join us or at the Masonic Temple for a meeting if they're Masons, or see if they are Masons. I wonder what's happening at the casino. Just out of curiosity. Actually, I remember back in the day, I did an interview with looks like the next show is the Fab Four, a Beatles tribute, Carly Pierce, Nikki Glaser, Jesse McCartney, Burton Cummings, Sawyer Brown, Chicago. I don't know if any of these guys are Masons themselves, but like Marianas Trench, Scotty McCreery, Derek Huff. But if they were, it'd be cool if they came and did a tour of the Masonic Temple. And speaking of, I do offer tours of the Masonic Temple, just $10 a person. And we have, not only do we have the in-person tours, we have virtual tours, we have group tours, we have everything. So by all means, I hope that you guys will check it out. Let me know still in the chat anything you guys want to talk about, but particularly let's talk about I think what we have been talking about and what I've really been enjoying talking about is the duties potentially that we may owe to Freemasonry, or the duties of a Freemason. And it's interesting because even though we in Freemasonry, this is a volunteer organization, or so they say, if you're volunteering for something and then not following through, right, that's a problem. And the idea that there's no duties that you owe to Freemasonry, I think it's obvious why that's going to create some issues, right? So let me know if you guys have any thoughts on that, on not only the duties of Freemasonry, but how you enforce duties in what is known as a volunteer organization. And if you're just joining us, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're here chatting about basically anything we want to chat about, to be honest. Obviously, we've chatted a lot about Freemasonry, and that's kind of the goal of this chat, but we can chat about a million other things as well. So we had My pops jump on. Nicholas has jumped on. Courtney. Um, got about 5 people watching right now, it looks like. So please, we had Dennis here. It was great to see Dennis again. Or great to hear from Dennis again. Duty and responsibility are hard to separate. My job is outer guard, but I always do fellow craft degree secret charge. It is my favorite charge. That's a good charge. I like the secret degree. I like the fellow craft degree secret charge myself. I think that's a really good one as well. So very, very cool. Yeah, I agree. Duty and responsibility are hard to separate. Can you even separate them? They might actually be, in a lot of ways, the same things. So, but I think some people we use the term duty as a more, I don't know what the right word is, like as the next level, if that makes any sense. Like, so we'll see. But I think I'm just posting because one thing, let me know in the chat if you guys follow us on Discord, because I have a Discord server which I almost never use, or Scoring Compass Promotions has a Discord server we almost never use, but I'd like to try to use it a bit more. So if you do get the chance to follow us on the Discord server, I would appreciate it. I'll leave a chat or I'll leave a link on our socials to it so you guys can check it out. I think, I try to be everywhere. Our Scoring Compass Promotions tries to be everywhere. So let me know. Jump on the chat. If you're just joining us for the first time, let me know how you guys are doing, where you're from, what you want to talk about. We've got Masons here from Manitoba. We've got people here from Ontario, from Manitoba, from Texas. So yeah, let's keep chatting. Cameron, I think another duty would be to definitely stay in contact with the lodge. I agree. Staying in contact. If you can't make it, send in your regrets. Let them know that you can't make it. Apologize for not being able to make it. All that good stuff. I think that's equally as important as everything else. Is keep chatting with people. Like, how did somebody put it? I thought they put it really well. So if you had a job and your payday is every second Thursday, and then when payday comes around and you check your bank account and you haven't been paid that day, are you going to say, well, it's not my responsibility to make sure I get paid, that's payroll's responsibility, therefore I'm not going to worry about it? Or are you going to take some steps to go down and actually talk to payroll and sort it out and make sure that you do get paid? Right. And obviously, it's going to be the latter. Even though it's not your responsibility, it's payroll's, you still have a responsibility to, if you recognize a problem, to go down and try to fix it. I think that's the same thing that's true of Freemasonry, right? If you realize, for example, that you haven't heard from the lodge in a while, you haven't spoken to the lodge in a while, like you haven't received any emails from the secretary in a while, and you could say, well, it's not my responsibility to the secretary is the one who's responsible for contacting me and sending me the summons, so I'm not going to follow this up. But really, there should still be some responsibility on the member to say, hey, I haven't heard from you in a while. Do you have my correct email address? Do you have my correct address? Can you confirm that you have been keeping? Can you check that I'm on your list. You know, I, as secretary of my lodge a few years ago now, um, um, what I was working with, I just transferred basically an email list from one email kind of service to another. And for whatever reason, a couple people, one person in particular I'm thinking of, ended up their, um, they didn't end up getting their summons. They got basically removed from the list. And this was true for like a few months. They didn't get any summons from the lodge. And I spoke to them in person, and they mentioned, you know, hey, by the way, I haven't received the emails that you've been sending out. And so as a secretary, that obviously was my fault. I should have double checked the list and made sure he was getting it. But also, I think as a member, you do have a duty to keep in contact with your lodge as well. And if you realize something has happened, you have a duty to get in touch, you know, and say, hey, I haven't heard from you in a while. Can you double check to make sure you have my correct email address? So yeah, I think it works both ways. There is a responsibility inherent in a lodge to make sure that you're communicating. You know, communication is a two-way street. Responsibility is a two-way street. Dennis asks, let the Crusades start again. I'm not sure I'd want the Crusades to start again. I worry that might be bloody. I don't know a lot. You know, honestly, I don't know a ton about the Crusades. There is Masonic orders related to Freemasonry. There is Masonic orders related to the craft. There are Masonic orders related to the Knights Templar and ideals of the Knights Templar. I'm just not sure how accurate, like how much of that is a direct descendant versus how much of that was developed later in honor of those things. I just have to send something. I got to send a thing. I just can't see. Give me 1 second. I mean, here's what I'll say. I'm not a huge fan of discussions of politics or religion in anything that's Masonic. Even though this is my own personal chat and doesn't represent anybody, Freemasonry, you have to believe in a supreme being. The nature of that supreme being is kind of up to you. We have Jewish brothers, Muslim brothers, Christian brothers, and different dominations of Christianity. First Nations or Indigenous brothers. We also have brothers who don't have any particular faith per se, but believe in a supreme being. And like, for example, in Dearborn has a very high Muslim population. They have many Masons there, all really, really cool people and really cool dudes. So, yeah, I think that I think that they are excellent brothers as well and excellent Masons. And my personal view on it has always been, when it comes to Freemasonry anyways, it's that belief in a supreme being is the most important thing. Kind of what type it is, I don't worry about as much. I do have to go for just 1 second. I'm going to, oh shoot, where'd he go? I always have my guy to leave here. And now he's gone. Hold on just 1 sec. All right, for now, you guys will get this guy. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Best Masonic portrait oil painting. I don't know about best Masonic portrait oil painting, but I have some ideas of best Masonic or best painting, and I'll see if I can get that to you in just 1 second. But first, I'll be back. I'll be back in 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. I just had to go take care of an email quickly or a message, but I'm back. Do you really think you can serve two masters? Don't forget your vows. God didn't. Uh, so I'm not sure. I can't speak in specifics. I can only speak to at least the vows I took and the way I understood them in getting my 3 degrees in an AF and AM Masonic Lodge. I don't think that. So the way I took my views, right, is there's nothing in there that would not allow me to sit with brothers of a different faith or of a different belief system. In fact, I think in some ways it encourages it. But the way I often view this is, and I've said this before. So let's say, as an example, you find yourself called into court to testify on a matter, like you witnessed a crime of some sort, a robbery, right? And you're in court, and you're in court for the day, and every time a witness goes up, that witness has to take a obligation, right? On a I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth. And maybe they will swear on a Bible, but in most courtrooms now, in Ontario, for example, you can swear on a Bible. You can also swear on a Quran. You can swear on a Torah. You can swear on you can affirm, which is not swear on any holy book, but just make the affirmation, the oath. Okay, the oath. Yeah. And so, in my opinion, it's kind of the same idea as that, right? Which is, you wouldn't leave the courtroom, Dennis, and say, well, I'm not going to stay here because I'm swearing on a Bible and these are people of different faiths. Because the courthouse is a space that belongs to everybody. Right? It's a space that belongs to everyone and of every faith. And they're taking an oath, but they're taking an oath on the book that they believe. And I believe the same is true of Freemasonry. It's not a space that belongs to everyone. It's a space that belongs to Masons. But Masons themselves, there is no, beyond a belief in a supreme being, there is no requirement as to a particular faith. So if there's a brother is Muslim, Jewish, whatever it may be, First Nations, Hindu, they have just as much of a right to be there as anybody else of any other faith. So I think everybody should get along in that, if that makes any sense. Michelle Broussard, hello, Michelle, how's it going? I was just actually talking to Jason. He's working on some stuff at the temple right now and doing a great job, and thank you to him. But Michelle, hello. Hope everything went well at your appointment. Thank you for joining us. So Courtney Duffy. You do not swear on a book. You swear to the one and only. Well, I don't know, right? Do you, because we've had brothers ourselves of different faiths. Obviously, we have many brothers of different faiths with their own version of a supreme being. Even and in court, right? Like you are swearing to God, God, but a Muslim may have a different definition, somewhat than Jewish, than Christian, and even Christian sects, and so, or the affirmation, right? Like we had our brothers from Dearborn in Harmony to talk about Ramadan, which was really special. So, I think the book is meant to represent, the way I understand it, and this is true not just in Freemasonry, the book is meant to represent your connection between yourself and the supreme being to whom you are swearing. as a reminder as to why you're swearing and why that's important. If that's just my opinion. I really enjoyed this live chat. Please continue. I'm happy to continue them. I love continuing them. And thank you, Courtney, for being here. Cameron, do you have any Masonic books that I do have some Masonic books. I don't have any with me right now. I had Island Freemasonry. I have a bunch of Masonic books at the Masonic Temple. I'll look into some of them. And mostly, though, if you check out my writings on Medium, I think there's some pretty good information there. Do you not speak? Well, we do, but again, to which God are, you know, that's why, for example, we allow that's why we have different books on the altar, right? And that's why you have brothers of different faiths, because I mean, and for me, as somebody who I believe in a supreme being, I'm not convinced, and this is just me speaking personally, I believe in a supreme being. I'm not convinced that I'm not convinced necessarily that there's one particular religious view that's correct or more correct than the others. I suspect it's a question of interpretation. But if you had, say, a very devout Catholic, which I'll dispel one myth right now. From a Masonic perspective, a free, you know, a Masonic lodge would allow a Catholic to join and become a Mason. I know many Catholic Masons, but I understand the Catholic Church has a different view on it, but that's not a Masonic view. But if you had a very devout Catholic and a very devout Muslim and a very devout Hindu, right? They may, or a very devout Indigenous person, First Nations with their spiritual beliefs, they may all have kind of a different idea when they say, "So help me God," as to whom they're entreating, but it's all equally valid. Is it true that King Solomon had 700 wives? I was watching a TV show and that was the answer. I think that's true. I think he had 700 wives. He had a lot of them. Let me check. That would be exhausting. My God. I can barely keep a lady happy through dinner, and this guy's got 700 wives. King Solomon's wives number. Holy cow. All right. Nicholas Romita, they might all 700. Yes, they might. I could see that being a bit of a fight between all 700 of them. All right, I am curious now. Let me see if I can share this with some people. He was rich and kept them. He would have to be rich. If you have 700 wives, my heavens, have to be rich. 700 wives. He had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart. Hold on. So he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines. So that means he had 1,000 ladies altogether that he was in some type of relationship with. My heavens. I would be exhausted by that. I would be absolutely exhausted. He had to. Michelle Rissard is correct. He had to be pretty rich. How much money would that cost? Although I wonder who was fighting whom. Like, was it, you know, were the Masons, Jesus, were the concubines fighting the wives? Michelle Broussard, the burden was of choice. That's true. I mean, he did make that decision to have that many. So good on him, I suppose. It's interesting. All the kind of biblical references that you see sometimes, especially related to King Solomon in Freemasonry. The woman, the the woman pay him, not the other way around. Well, then he's got it really made. That's how he got so rich, I guess. Um, he was king. He could trade them for favors. They did that. Women. Well, I mean, back in the day, like marriage in ancient times was a pretty common way to create alliances, right? I mean, Julius Caesar famously married off his daughter to um, Pompey, although um, supposedly Pompey and Julia, so ancient Rome, actually got along really, really well, and I supposedly like genuinely loved each other. But yeah, so Julius Caesar did that. I mean, there's a million stories of like basically fathers trading their daughters for, you know, I'll marry, my daughter will marry your son, and that will create an alliance between the two of us, which will then, we'll then use to help take over the Roman Empire. It's interesting, people. This is kind of a tangent, but one of the big what ifs I think of history is if Julia hadn't died in, I believe, childbirth, but if Julia hadn't died and she had stayed married to Pompey, would Julius Caesar and Pompey have had the civil war, which resulted in Julius Caesar becoming kind of the first emperor, kind of Rome, which led to the downfall of the Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire. It's amazing how these things turn on like a dime. So I think that's really, really cool myself. Pompey, there was only one emperor of China that was monogamous. I did not know that. That's very, very cool. Thank you for sharing that, Dennis. Pompey was a good movie. It was. Well, so there's two Pompeys. So there's Pompey, who was connected to, he was a Roman general who was like he wasn't so much a general, in my opinion, as he was a good general, but what he was really good at was being an administrator. Like he was really good at administering things. So his great war against the pirates in the Mediterranean, which was a big deal because economically pirates were crushing the Roman Empire, and trade, he fought that war, but the way he fought it really was by being really good at administration. He knew how to divide the Mediterranean up into sections, where to send, how many ships each section would get, and how much materials they would need, and food they would need, and troops they would need. And he kind of won that war almost on a spreadsheet, for lack of a better term. Whereas I think Caesar was just a better general, a better fighter, if that makes any sense. But then, so there's that Pompeii versus Pompeii the movie, which was about, I believe, the city in Italy, which was buried by ash from a volcano, Vesuvius, which I got to see the museum exhibit once, which is really, really cool. Caesar was a dirtbag. He screwed every queen and apparently a king around the Mediterranean. Yeah, I mean, but at the time, I mean, I think it was kind of expected that most men, especially Roman generals, would do that. I mean, there's famous story Cleopatra, but he supposedly had all sorts of affairs with all sorts of people. His wife wasn't allowed to, right? He was married 3 times, if I recall correctly, and there's this famous story of the reason he divorced his first wife is because there was some rumors, I believe, that she was having an affair. And that was a famous quote that came out: Caesar's wife must be above reproach. So he divorced her for potentially having an affair. But meanwhile, he was famous for having affairs with all sorts of women and senators' wives and friends' wives, and kind of that was what he was famous for. So, there's that. He screwed every, yeah. So, but I don't know if I would say Caesar. See, Julius Caesar was a super interesting character. In terms of like, was he inevitable? Like, if not Caesar, would somebody else have done it? Because ancient Rome, when Caesar was alive, was experiencing so many challenges, politically speaking, and there were so many issues and so many problems with the political system and class warfare and strife between rich people and poor people, and rich people acquiring more and more and more land at the expense of poor people, and a professionalized army, which created all sorts of problems. So, was Caesar actually? If Caesar hadn't done what he did, I think it's equally likely somebody else might have also, because the Roman Republic was on its last legs by that point. Michelle Bassard, sorry, Michelle, that is not true. His buddy was not Caligula. Julius Caesar passed away in, I used to know this, the Ides of March, 44 BC. Caligula was the fourth emperor of Rome. So it went, Augustus was the first, then Tiberius, then Caligula. So third, then Caligula, then Claudius, then Nero. Actually, interesting. Did you know how Caligula got his name? Caligula stands for, it's Latin, and it means little boots. And the reason he got that name was because when he was a kid, his father was a famous Roman general. And Caligula would be with the army, and the army actually made him a miniature army uniform, including the little army boots. So they ended up calling him Caligula, meaning little boots. I'm just going to go here. By the way, thank you guys for putting in the likes. If you're joining us, please hit the subscribe button. All that stuff really helps. Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, because Germanicus was his dad, better known by his nickname Caligula, was a Roman emperor from AD 37 until his assassination in AD 41. He was the son of the Roman general Germanicus and Augustus's granddaughter Agrippina. We got Dennis. Oh, Harry, when did he have time to build the temple? I have no idea, but if you had 700 wives and 300 concubines, the fact that he built a temple at all is absolutely incredible in and of itself. Dennis, I think it's weird that people think they aren't a part of the next chapter of history being written now. Like, history is just a book they once read. Fools. 2024, no one knows history yet. They will be either included or excluded on their own choices. Yeah. I mean, history is always being written, right? It's hard. Like, I think, what am I trying to say? I mean, I think people worry a little bit too much about where they'll be in history. Like, I really liked, I know this is kind of one of those things where people kind of made fun of it at the time, but somebody asked George Bush Jr., George W. Bush, how how he thought history would look back on him. And he said, well, at that point we'll all be dead. And I like that idea of don't worry about how history will look back on you. Just try to do a good job, try to be a good person, do the best you can, and let people make their own judgments, right? Because you'll drive yourself crazy if you think about being on the right side of history or the wrong side of history or the whatever side of history. I think it's better to just try to be a good person, try to be the best you can, and whether history includes you or excludes you, you can't really control that. Just trying to make good choices and hope for the best, because it's very easy to think you're making the right decision and find out you're making the wrong decision, or vice versa. So that's just my kind of pretend philosophy. Just sending off a quick message. Sorry. The world was smaller then. Well, that's interesting. I mean, was the world smaller? And in what way was the world smaller? Like, I think that's a really interesting idea about the size of the world. Like, one of my favorite books from back in the day. Um, it was by Pliny the Elder. And he was saying, in the start of his book, Natural History, I think it was Pliny the Elder, start of his book, Natural History, he said, the entire world is um, is made up of Europe, Asia, and Africa, right? And for him, like, that was it. That was the whole world. But obviously, it wasn't in reality. There was North America and South America, which the Romans didn't know about. There was also way more in Asia than um, um, what's it called? Like, Asia was a lot bigger. He had no idea how big China was and all that stuff. They knew about China, the Romans, but not its size. They didn't know how far down south, to my knowledge, Africa went. So, like, it's not that the world was smaller. It's just that people knew less of it. But in some ways, it was even bigger to them. Like, you know, I can jump on a plane and in 8 hours be in England. In the time of Rome, I could never got there at all. But even if I somehow could have got on a boat, it would have taken months to get that far, right? Or if I had to walk it, from England to North America, I would have had to take a boat across England to, like, France, then go all the way across all of Europe, through Russia, make it to the Bering Strait, cross the Bering Strait, which good luck doing that. Then make it to Alaska. I get, like, it would have been, it's a year, it's decades to do these things. Right now, it's 8-hour trips. So it's incredible in some ways how much smaller the world is today than it was during the time of ancient Rome. Um, the just chatting with Jason, but he's doing a great job down at the temple. So we're gonna figure all this out, but he's doing very, very well. He's putting the work. I wonder what the age of the world, including the planets, rocks. 3 billion years, I believe. Hold on just 1 second. I'm gonna check this out. I believe it's 3 billion. The universe is 14 billion years old. I know that. Uh, 4 billion years. Oh, so hold on. Formation. The oldest material found in the solar system. 6,000. Sorry, I'm not a young Earther, Dennis. I'm going with 4 billion. The oldest material found in the solar system is dated to 4.5 billion years ago. By 4.54 billion years ago, the primordial Earth had formed. Let's see. Oldest material found in solar system is dated to. I'm gonna let you guys read this for 1 second. Just sorry about this. So the oldest material found in the solar system dated to 4.5 billion years. Those are their best guesses. That studied the redshift of of expanding universes, which is very true. It is just a guess, right? Nobody knows for sure. It's interesting, Michelle. Do you remember we had that banquet? And I asked the question about redshift for I believe it was the Euclid space mission. Because one thing I've talked about a lot on my podcast is the Euclid space mission. Euclid, the first to ponder. Yes, he was. And I'm going to jump over here for 1 second. Excuse me. Just so you know, Michelle, we're today at the temple and they've been fixing the doors, and Jason has been doing an amazing job with the doors and getting them all sorted out. So well done, Jason. I said that guy deserves I said he deserves a beer, but he said he doesn't drink, so he deserves a Pepsi. He deserves something for all the work he put in. All right, so excuse me, I've been coughing up a storm. Oh, here it is. I'm just going to share this screen in just 1 second. Let's see. I'm going to switch this for just 1 second. Earth, Wikipedia. Oh, there it is, Medium. Interview with Dr. Diana Scognam. I should have known how. I didn't actually know how to pronounce her name. I didn't do anything with her in video. Scognamiglio, JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory postdoctoral fellow. The desire to explore I like this part. The desire to explore the cosmos. He is like that. I agree 100%. Jay's really good people. Super calm, chill dude too, which is something you need in Freemasonry. So he's awesome in that regard. The desire to explore the cosmos has been present since the dawn of time. The thirst for knowledge has always fueled astronomical studies, whether for religious, divinatory reasons, or for predicting events. Since ancient times, humans have gleaned much information about the universe simply by observing the sky. With the invention of the telescope, humanity managed to delve deeper into the celestial dynamics, finally opening a window onto the universe and its rules. Nowadays, technological advancements and increasingly frequent space explorations have further expanded the field of inquiry and our understanding of the cosmos. Space exploration allows us to expand our understanding of the universe. Through telescopes, probes, and missions, we gain insights into celestial bodies, cosmic phenomena, and the fundamental principles governing the universe. The knowledge enhances our understanding of physics and astronomy. Here's something very Masonic. In what ways are geometry and space/space exploration connected? How does one affect the other? Geometry and space exploration are intertwined disciplines that rely on each other for navigation, design, mapping, understanding the universe's geometry, and predicting celestial phenomenon. Geometry provides a mathematical framework for exploring and navigating onto the space. For instance, it plays a crucial role in calculating trajectories and orbits for spacecraft as well as influencing their design and construction. As an observational cosmologist, I can mention that Einstein's theory of general relativity describes the gravitational interactions between celestial bodies in terms of curvature of space-time. I got my cough again. Concepts from differential geometry are essential for understanding and applying general relativity to phenomena such as gravitational waves and the expanding universe. Dennis, there's a reason certain people are funding both sides of every war. I mean, I don't know. War is always going to be profitable for certain people, right? That goes all the way back to ancient Rome and Greece, and even before that. I mean, there were people who made a lot of money because of war and were able to use the money they made from war to then get political advantage and political favor. Though I am super hesitant. We talked before about what are the duties of Freemasonry, and one of the duties we talked about was kind of a duty to be optimistic or a duty to be charitable. I try to be charitable with those in power and not assume the worst, because as someone who never had power in terms of like political power, but as somebody who's had to take on leadership positions in Masonry or in different things like that, I know how challenging it is and how difficult excuse me, how difficult the trade-offs are between the two. So I think sometimes I try to be, Dennis, a little bit more charitable to those in charge, as much as I can. If that makes me naive, then so be it. Courtney Duffy, what do you think the meaning of life truly means? I have no idea. I don't know if there is a meaning of life. Um, I don't know if anybody wants to put in the chat what you think the meaning of life is. I don't know if there is beyond the meaning that we kind of make for ourselves. I mean, one interesting quote I once heard, and I kind of like it as an idea. It was Ricky Gervais. He's a comedian, and he said this, and I kind of really liked the way he put it. He said, um, uh, life is a vacation from non-existence, which I don't know if it's non-existence. I think some part of us lives on, but the idea of like you're out there in the ether floating, and then you get to come down to earth for 50, 60, 70, 80, however long it is, 90 years, hopefully you get a good life, and you get to, as he was saying, like for me, I get to drink coffee, which I love, and I get to eat cheese and chocolate bars, and I get to look at beautiful sunrises and beautiful sunsets, and I get to go swimming in the ocean, and I get to pet my cat, right? And I love my cat, and I get to hang out with my friends like Michelle, and I get to do all these things and experience all these things that make life pretty great. I get to go to Chicago, my favorite city, and look at the architecture, and go to Glenview, and I get to do all these incredible things and live this incredible life, and then eventually, right, I pass away, and then whatever happens next. But at least I get. So Ricky Gervais said it's like a vacation from non-existence. I don't know if I would call it that, from non-existence, but I would say it's a vacation between what came before I was here and what will come after I'm here. I get to take this little vacation on this great place called Earth, and I get to enjoy things that, I get to drink coffee, and I get to enjoy life. And that's pretty great, because for all the pains in the asses that life often is and can be, it still can have a lot of beauty to it as well. So I get to enjoy that. The reason for human life is to respect and worship the Lord, Yahweh. I'm assuming that is don't lead people. Okay. I mean, if that is the meaning of life, then that is the meaning of life. I watched a show, and it said that the universe might not be circular, but linear, and we are in one of its grooves. Excuse me for the coughing. Well, it is kind of in one of its grooves. So my suspicion is the universe is flat geometrically, which means if you shine a light from Earth, it's just going to go straight and not curve back around. But Earth is in a groove because Earth has a sufficient amount of mass that it curves the space-time around it, according to the general theory of relativity. Karmic retribution is coming. No, you are misleading people that don't know karma is real. Maybe karma is real. I think the best quote I ever heard as it relates to karma is I think it was Julius Caesar. I could be wrong. It was fortune favors the bold, right? And I think that that's an example of a kind of karmic idea, which is if you are bold and if you care and if you take chances, fortune, luck is more likely to be on your side than if you're timid and afraid. Your karma is not going to be your friend if you're always timid and afraid and refusing to take risks. What should be the biggest priority in life? Well, I'm guessing Dennis will say the biggest priority in life should be to worship the Lord, respect and worship the Lord, which is, if that works for certainly fine answer. For me, though, I would say, family, I got it wrong. Dennis says family, which is a good priority as well. I 100% agree with that. Family should definitely be your priority, or can be. For me, I think it's to try to make the world a better place in whatever ways that you can for however long you happen to find yourself here on Earth. And hopefully it's a long time, right? Because the longer you are here on Earth, the more good you can do, or the better you can make the world. But I guess that's what I would say. Michelle, let me know if you have an answer. Nicholas, if you're still there, Dad, if you're still there, let me know what answers you guys have to that question. Why do you think the biggest priority in life should be? I mean, some would say, right? What's the old quote? The unexamined life is not worth living. In which case, the biggest priority in life would be to examine life and try to understand it. Nicholas, to look after yourself. Yeah, well, I mean, that's an interesting idea. And there's a Masonic idea in there too, right? And stay healthy, right? There's a Masonic idea in that as well, because one thing I've learned or noted is no, I don't agree with that, Dennis. Because here's the thing. To look after yourself and to stay healthy, like you can't, I think I understand what Nicholas is saying, because you can't take care of anybody else or make the world a better place if what's the quote? You can't pour from an empty cup. Like, if I'm not taking care of myself, I'm not getting enough sleep, I'm not exercising, I'm not eating well, I'm not, whatever it is, I'm not brushing my teeth, and so I don't end up with toothaches. Like, if I'm not taking care of myself, how will I then be able to take care of others? One of my favorite, and this is a Masonic thing that I love, and I really do appreciate. In Freemasonry, we're taught, one of the things we're taught is we have a duty to take care of ourselves. We have a duty to take a disciplined and well-regulated actions to make sure we are physically well and mentally well. And by making sure we're physically well and mentally well, we're then able to exert those talents which God has blessed us to help other people and our brothers. Basically saying, look, we are responsible for taking care of ourselves physically and mentally, because if we do that, then we're going to be able to, whatever talents we have, use those talents to help others. So, for example, if I'm a painter or an artist and I'm not taking care of myself, and then maybe my paintings won't be as good. Or if I die early because I'm not taking care of my health, who knows what amazing works I could have done if I'd taken better care of myself. So that's an argument there that Nicholas is making, and I kind of agree with it. But I think you also have to find the balance too in everything, right? You can't just say, my only priority is taking care of myself and staying healthy. If all the time, there are times when I'm going to have to sacrifice that a little bit to take care of others. And so you just have to find that balance. But you definitely have to be careful that you don't get yourself in a situation where you're not taking care of yourself at all. That can be very dangerous. How would you like people to experience you? Random question. I hope they experience me as somebody who who tried his best and who cared about people around him. Every single prophet was looked upon as insane because the Lord told them to do certain things. Well, I'm glad I never got that message from the Lord. Well, I mean, that's an interesting kind of question too. Like, how many visionaries have existed? And there's been a lot. Steve Jobs, Elon Musk. And I mean, none of these people were perfect, by the way. They all had their kind of problems. And their kind of issues. But how many of them who did some pretty incredible things were at least at one point in their lives looked at as being kind of crazy because people couldn't see their vision, for what it was? I think that's a really interesting idea on a side note, right? Which is in Masonry and whatever it is, right? One of the things I wrote about recently is this idea of it might not work is a terrible reason not to try. So I think a lot of times with visionaries, with prophets, call them what you want, they can sometimes be viewed as maybe not as insane, but people just don't get what they're trying to do or why they're trying to do it. And I'm not saying they're speaking to God, but sometimes they have an understanding of the world that it takes other people a long time to catch up to, for better or worse. That's true in Freemasonry as well a lot. Did you just call Steve Jobs a prophet? I mean, I guess technologically, not a prophet in the sense of religious prophet or biblical prophet, but I'll call him a visionary. The idea of because I think a lot of people maybe not looked upon him as insane, but looked upon him as not. They questioned his ideas, right, and didn't think that some of the things he would be successful. And at first they weren't. For a long time they weren't. But eventually, because he kept trying and working really hard, they became successful. And I think that's true for a lot of people. That might even be true of, you, Dennis. Who knows, right? I mean, you say you're light years ahead. It could be the same thing. I might need to catch up with you. So just because people think you're crazy doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong. Doesn't mean you're right either, by the way. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind as well. Doesn't mean you're right or wrong just because people think you're crazy, but sometimes those crazy people are onto something. I once heard somebody say, when it comes to a startup and you're looking to invest, sometimes the best place to invest is in what seems like a bad idea, because usually those will have a lot of opportunities to grow. Like, the two I can think of would be what? Uber, right? Who would have thought that it was a good idea to use the internet to get into a stranger's car who you've never met before? And Airbnb, who would have thought it would be a good idea to stay in a stranger's house that you met over the internet? But both of those, I mean, I know Airbnb is having its issues now, but both of those became very successful. So sometimes what seems like a crazy idea or a bad idea is actually can be a really good idea for whatever it's worth. And I think maybe in some cases, biblically speaking, that was the same thing with the prophets, right? It's like, yeah, sometimes it may seem like a bad idea. I don't think cooking food over feces is a good idea, but I'm sure a lot of them had some really good ideas that just at the time seemed like a bad idea, but people weren't where they're at or didn't see what the vision they had. I think Jordan Peterson, I'm not a huge fan of Jordan Peterson, but he does say some things that I think are correct, and I think he's talked about that a few times. The idea of an idea seeming crazy in the moment, but actually proving to be prescient or prescient, or pick your terms, in the future. So if you're just joining us, by the way, and I see a few more people have jumped in, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. All of those things help more people find this podcast, and I really would appreciate it. I've been enjoying it. We still got a lot of people watching. Well, I say a lot, relatively speaking. We got 5 people watching. So I appreciate everybody watching. And I hope that you guys will stick around and keep chatting. We were talking about what we view of as the duties of a Freemason. We've also talked about some of the connections between Freemasonry and science. We talked about King Solomon, who apparently had 700 wives and 300 concubines. It's amazing the man was able to build the temple in the time he was. So, yeah, we'll keep chatting for as long as people want to chat. I may have to take a few more breaks here and there as we go, but I do want to jump back on here as well. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Michelle, if you're still there, let me know what you've been thinking of, what's happening with you in Freemason. You, by the way, I just found out, Michelle, if you're still there, let me know. I have to send you an email because Great Western has a degree coming up very soon. So, Great Western has their official visit the same date as our meeting in October. So we'll have to sort that out and see if we want to go over there. So yeah, Michelle, thanks for still being here. Like I said, Great Western has their official visit the 3rd of October. So that may affect our meeting. See what we can do. Nicholas Romita, watching all the Alien movies. Okay, what was your favorite? There's a question. My favorite original Alien, by a mile. I love that movie. I think it's a great one. When I was a kid, it was Aliens, but it switched to Alien. Nicholas, let me know. Also, did you see Romulus yet? And if you did, what do you think of it? Solomon was granted anything he wanted by God, right? What did he ask for? I believe he asked for wisdom, if I'm not mistaken. Though, was it wise to have 700 wives? That I highly question, but I believe it was wisdom. Let me know if I was correct or incorrect, Dennis. I could be wrong. Michelle, by the way, have you used your tickets yet for the movies? And if so, which ones did you see? Or if not, any ones that you plan to see? Okay, wisdom to lead his people. So I was right. Actually, did you guys see, Dennis, you might be interested in this because it sounds based on the chat. Did you see the new YouTube show about Moses? It's like a comedy, but it's really good. Like, not, they don't make fun of Moses. They're still reverent. Um, they I'm trying to think of how to put it. They treat it with respect, but it's done in like a comedic form. I think it's called The Chosen People. Chosen Land. I have to look it up. Harry, look after yourself first. Your neighbors second. Make sure you have an Eric kit on your fridge, which includes your medical information. Yes, I agree with that 100%. You should have all of those things. So I agree 100% with that. Well, Michelle, if you ever want to go with me, let me know. I can maybe we'll Uber out there at some point and go together. You got 2 tickets, or you can bring somebody else with you, obviously, but I can still get you there, I'm sure. Easy enough. Courtney Duffy, what's the coolest Masonic activities to do? Oh my God. I think that's a super personal, like, it's going to depend on the person. Like, I can, for me, like the barn raising I talked about earlier in this stream, going to see a third degree and hearing the rain hit the roof of the barn as I was watching that degree was so special. I remember going to a Grandmaster's reception where the dinner was crummy, to be honest. The dinner itself did not taste good, but they had a dessert table and it was filled to the brim with like pies and cakes. And I love pie and all these amazing desserts. And it was absolutely beautiful to look at. Everything on there tasted amazing. I think it's because it was at like a pastry college is where they had the dinner. So it was so delicious. I loved that so much. Going to Glenview and then just meeting up with my friends there and grabbing a breakfast at Ellie's Pancake House before a lodge meeting, and then leaving and looking over and seeing Orion, looking up and seeing Orion, the constellation as I was wheeling back to the Motel 6 where I always stay at, and just kind of how beautiful the nights were. Haunted Masonic temples, doing a haunted tour of the Masonic Temple and a paranormal investigation. I can't think of the January events we had in Windsor, January 19th and 20th, the public unveiling. I think for me personally, what was I going to say? What I would say the coolest things are for me are Masonic events that combine the private with the public, that include the public in various forms. I mean, if I'm able to, holding the 2030 annual communication in Windsor is going to be pretty special. So there's that. Politics. I can't tell if that's a positive or a negative. I think politics gets a bad rap sometimes. Politics is an important part of life. What was it Aristotle said? Man is a political animal. He didn't mean political animal in the sense of like left or right or liberal or conservative or Democrat or Republican. He meant political animal in the sense that it's our natural tendency to form groups and then attempt to form ways to govern those groups and attempt to use different methods to, steer those groups in whatever directions we think are best for the group, hopefully. I mean, if we're psychopaths, we may be trying to steer the group in the direction that we think is best for us. But, I think, I don't know. I think that is more what I mean. Like politics, there's a place, even in Freemasonry, there's a place for it. It's just, how is it being done, right? If it's being done in the sense of, I think the lodge would be best served if it did this, and somebody else thinks the lodge would be best served if it did something different. How do you come to an agreement? How do you, through hopefully political means, come to some type of agreement or understanding and compromise about the best way to move forward, right? Because that's what politics is. The danger is if you don't have politics, then you just resort to fighting, or somebody leaves, and that's very dangerous. So I think politics has I think politics is unfairly maligned, because if you're not using politics to resolve conflicts, usually what that ends with is fighting violently or otherwise, or yelling at each other, or one person leaving. Dennis, leaders and sheep. Well, I think, Dennis, I think you and I are a little bit different. I think you're a little bit more cynical than I am on some things, but maybe cynicism can be a healthy approach. I think we're all sometimes leaders in life and sometimes sheep, and I think both of which are, can be valuable positions. Like in my view, we talked about Masonic duties, right? I think one duty we owe to our country, to our community, is to try our best to make whatever situation it is work as best as we can. So if the government says, X, then it's our responsibility to try to make X work as best as we can. And hopefully, if we think that the government's making mistakes or doing things wrong, we can advocate for our own position or try to get somebody in government, like vote for a candidate that better represents what we think things should be. But, we're not much different. That's probably true, Dennis. People aren't that much different. 99% of the time, people are very similar. We got to eat, we got to sleep, we care about each other, we care about our families. I think we want to be safe, we want to be happy. I think sometimes people forget that, but I'm sure that's very true. ERIC stands for Emergency Response Identification Kit. Nicholas, I don't know. This is working. Look at how well this live stream is going. I couldn't have done this 15, 20 years ago. It's pretty impressive, right? And the reason I can do this is because of all the infrastructure that's been put up by both the corporations that made my computer, that made my laptop, that made the internet, the bell that makes it work, and the government that, lets me live in a country where I can do this and talk about these things. So I think things might be working better than we appreciate. My responsibility as a free American is to not follow. I don't know, Dennis. You maybe we talked about this before. I don't know if you were on the live chat, but I think you may need to check out or review your Janis Joplin catalog, in particular, me and Bobby McGee, when it comes to the idea of freedom and what freedom is. But I mean, that's the fun part about these chats, right? Is I love getting to talk about this stuff because I'm very much could be incorrect and probably am incorrect about most things. So it's good to get challenged and pushback on what my views are. Challenge is a good thing, especially in my case, because who am I? I'm nobody special. Who have I ever beaten? Who would I ever beat, as they say in wrestling? And also, Dennis, on a side note, let me know, and Michelle as well. And I don't think my dad's ever watched any of them, but what are your favorite Alien movies? Nicholas, it's Alien and Aliens. But let me know what you guys might be thinking as your favorite. And also, right, what does freedom mean? I think that's a very important question as well, right? Because I think people define freedom in lots of different ways, right? Like if I were to drop somebody in a desert and just leave them, you could argue that they're completely free. They can do whatever they want. But I mean, what good is that freedom if they have no food, no water, no shelter, and they're going to die in a couple weeks, right? Or there's this one quote I really liked by a French person. I can't remember his name, but he pointed out that everybody is free to sleep under a bridge, but exclusively the homeless take advantage of that freedom. So, I think that kind of says something as well about the idea of what is freedom and the types of freedoms that we have and should protect versus not protect. And I certainly think, it's interesting, America versus Canada. I think America did go more the route of more absolutist freedom and that idea versus Canada, which tried to be a little bit more modify that a little bit more, if that makes any sense. Like, right at the start of our Constitution, our Charter of Rights, it says, right, these rights can only be guaranteed as much as possible with considerations to, I forget the exact wording, with considerations to peace, order, and good governance and good government. I think that's really important that, you can't be completely free in any society without the kind of anarchy, quote unquote. Yeah, I would rather have freedom over safety. You dropping someone off in the desert without supplies is the same as Red Rum. Starship Troopers with Denise Richardson. Starship Troopers is a great movie. Dennis Richardson is a very pretty lady. Um, so that brings up the question, Dennis. Um, like it's so can anybody ever really be free? Because you're at least taking away government from it. Um, and let's take away the idea of being dropped off in a desert. Let's just say you're on a cruise ship, and knock on wood, but the cruise ship sinks and you wind up on a deserted island somewhere. Like, you could argue you're free. Nobody knows you're there. You're completely free to do whatever you want, but you're not free in the sense that you still have biological needs that, you're not free to not eat food. You're not free to not sleep. You're not free to not need water. You're not free to not get, a sunburn. So our physical limitations naturally create within us a type of slavery, right? We're certainly slaves to our own biological needs. No matter how free I think of myself as being, um, I'm not uh, I'm not free in that sense. And so then the question becomes, if I live in a society and I live in a community and I live around people, do they have any like, where does their freedom end and mine begin? Because you could say, okay, I require clean water. Like, I'm not free to not need clean water. I need clean water to live. If my neighbor owns a factory and that factory is poisoning the water supply, and I no longer have clean water, like, you could say, well, he's free to do whatever he wants. And it just so happens that in his freedom, he's polluting the water. But that's now affecting my freedom in that I no longer have access to clean water, which means I'm no longer able to do all the things I want to do because I'm dealing with dehydration. So I'm not free to work as hard as I want to because I'm dehydrated or sick. I'm not free to, do these things. So freedom is kind of a funny thing, right? As Janis Joplin said, freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. I view life as a balance. You want to be more free than not, but I think if you go for complete freedom, you're creating a whole new set of problems. So you need to find that balance between being as free as possible to pursue your passions and your love and your desires and your interests and whatever it is you love to do. If you love painting, you should be free to pursue painting. If you love masonry, you should be free to pursue masonry. But I also don't want to live in a society that's so free that I'm able to do whatever I want without consequence. We need free speech. We do need freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is pretty important. That's another one, though, where, again, I'm not a full-on free speech absolutist. The obvious example that everybody always uses is you can't shout fire in a crowded theater. Because even though that's just you speaking, if you shout fire in a crowded theater, there's going to be a stampede to the exits, and then people are going to get trampled. So, but yeah, as a general rule, I'm more in favor of free speech than not. But I do think there has to be some limitation. You can't lie about people. You can't do that either. God made man. Colt made them equal. Yeah, I think I'm equal already. I mean, if you want to talk about like physically stronger or weaker or anything like that, I mean, yeah. There's some people who are smarter than others. Some people are stronger than others. I mean, there's different types of equal. There's equal under the law. There's equal in terms of abilities. There's a great book by Harlan Ellison who talked about that stuff. Or Harrison Bergeron. No. What was it now? Now it's going to drive me crazy. The idea of like how equal can you make people before that becomes its own form of tyranny. I think it was called Harrison Bergeron. It's going to drive me crazy. Yes, Harrison Bergeron, a book by Kurt Vonnegut. which people should read, by the way. I'm going to look it up on the YouTubes or on Wikipedia. They made a short film about it too, which I remember really, really liking. It was done in 1961. I'm going to share this. Just give me 1 sec to share this screen. Hold on. Let me see if I can share this. I think I could show as well. They made a short film about it, which is really good. I hope we both come out thinking about things. Well, that's the hope. I agree completely, Dennis, with that. One of my favorite things is talking to people, and we don't have to agree or disagree, but it's really fun to get different perspectives and think about things differently. Harrison Bergeron is a satirical dystopian science fiction story by American writer Kurt Vonnegut. In the year 2081, the Constitution dictates that all Americans are fully equal and not allowed to be smarter, better looking, or more physically able than anyone else. The handicapper general ages enforced the equality laws, forcing citizens to wear handicaps. Masks for those who are too beautiful, earpiece radios for the intelligent that broadcast loud noises meant to disrupt thoughts, and heavy weights for the strong or athletic. George and Hazel Bergeron have a 14-year-old son named Harrison. He takes after his father, who is highly intelligent and physically strong. The government removes Harrison from his home. His parents are barely aware because of Hazel's low intelligence and George's mandated handicaps. George and Hazel watch a ballet on TV. In 2009. So this was a really good short film. I wonder if it's actually on YouTube. I may share it. I don't think they'll copyright me for this one, but let's see. I'm going to go to YouTube. All right, let's see. 2081. Oof, 26 minutes. All right, let me see, though, if they'll let me share this one. Give me 1 sec.
The year was 2081, and everyone was finally equal. They weren't only equal before God and the law, you see. They were equal every which way. Nobody was smarter than anybody else. Nobody was better looking than anybody else. Nobody was stronger or quicker than anybody else. And all this equality was due to the 211th, 212th, and 213th Amendments to the Constitution, and to the unceasing vigilance of the United States Handicapper General. The strong wore weights to make them weaker. The intelligent wore earpieces that kept them from taking unfair advantage of their brains. Even the beautiful sometimes wore masks in situations where their beauty might simply be too distracting. It was the golden age of equality. Some things about living still weren't quite right, though. April, for instance, continued to drive people crazy by not quite being springtime. And it was in that clammy month that the HG men came to take George and Hazel Bergeron's son, Harrison, away.
By the way, as you're watching, if you like this, hit the heart, hit the like, hit the smiley face, whatever it is you can hit, so we can know you guys are interested in this stuff and want to keep watching. Leave some chats, leave some stuff in the comments or chat. But you can see there are a few hearts in there. Let me know what you think of this. And Courtney, I did know the Super Nintendo is 130 years old. I think that's really cool as well. Or it's not, I mean, Nintendo is 130 years old, I should say. Not the Super Nintendo.
You were fixing the TV, dear. I bet that was a real pretty dance, that dance she just did.
Huh?
That dance, I bet it was nice.
Oh.
Ooh, what was it this time?
Loud. Same as last time.
It sounded a little like somebody hitting a milk bottle with a ball peen hammer from here. It must be very interesting to hear all the different sounds, all the things they think up.
It isn't.
Only if I was the handicapper general, you know what I'd do? I'd have chimes on Sunday. Just chimes, kind of in honor of religion.
Yeah, I could think straight if it was just chimes.
Well, then maybe I'd make them real loud then. I think I'd make a good handicapper general.
You would.
Boy, that one was a doozy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You seem distracted, hon. What are you thinking about?
I don't know. Can't straighten my head, but something.
You must be tired. Why don't you stretch out on the sofa so you can rest your handicaps on the pillows? You're always so worn out. If there was just some way we could lighten...
There isn't.
I'm not saying all the time. I'm just saying maybe when you're sitting around the house.
Hazel, if I take them off, I'm going to want to keep them off. And we both know how you would feel about that.
Courtney Duffy, Lionel Richie is a Freemason. Wow, that's super cool. Yes, he was a Freemason. Or at least I think he was. Let me double check that. I forget where I heard it from. I know Brad Paisley, Shaquille O'Neal. Let's see. Lionel Richie. Let's see. Lionel Richie. My internet's being all funny today. Yeah, but there's a lot of famous Freemasons out there. I wonder if we can go more to the end of this one. All right, those were just some clips from 2081, based on the short story Harrison Bergeron by Kurt Vonnegut. So I don't know if Dennis, you ever saw that movie before? Any of you guys ever saw that film before? It's a cool movie. I always thought, or a cool short film. You can find it on YouTube. Another one of those examples. So yeah, so Lionel Richie is a Mason. According to Google, he is with. Looks like he's also Scottish Rite. Lewis Adams Lodge, number 67, initiated 2008. That is kind of cool. Let me know, guys. What do you want to keep talking about? We still got plenty of time. I said I will do these chats as long as people are kind of sticking around and watching. We still got 5 people watching right now. Let me know what you guys want to talk about. How things are going with, if you're a Freemason, how things are going with Freemasonry. If you're not, any questions you have. Courtney, thank you for always asking a lot of great questions. I agree. Assassin's Creed has a ton of Masonic history in it, especially Assassin's Creed Part 3. So I think that's really cool. That kind of became one of my favorite. The Green Dragon Tavern, Ben Franklin. Courtney Duffy, greatest movie of all time, Citizen Kane. Is that like your favorite movie, or is that just what you like? Because I think that was voted the greatest movie of all time on something or other, on some television show or some best of list somewhere. But I don't know if yeah, I don't know if I can't think of the one, but I think it was like American Film Institute's 100 greatest movies of all time. I think that one was up there. God bless everyone in this room. Thank you, Dennis. I wish you the same as well. Throw some hearts in there for that one. Much appreciated, Dennis. And thank you for being here and hanging out with us. And also for all the conversations, because these would be a pretty boring live chat or live stream. It was just me talking, just talking to myself type of thing. So I appreciate you being here very much. And I hope that if possible, maybe you'll share this with some of your friends and stuff. And it'd be great to have them join as well. Maybe you could talk about, they could ask questions if they've got about Freemasonry and how it works. And, everybody has kind of different preconceived notions of what Freemasonry is and how it works. And that, I think, is kind of fun. One of the fun things is giving people who maybe don't know anything about Freemasonry a chance to ask questions and learn more about it. Question: why did you join Freemasonry? I did because my friends were Freemasons, also because my father and father-in-law were in the craft. And they even locked you out of the building though when you joined. So look at how that went for you. But you made it in eventually. I guess for kind of the same reason as you. I always assumed I would join Freemasonry because I kind of grew up with it, kind of always in the background, right? I remember going to Christmas parties at the lodge when I was a kid. I remember, hanging out with some of your Masonic buddies when they would come over to the house or whatever it is. And so I just kind of grew up in it. I knew that the guys were good guys, and I knew that it presented opportunities to help make the world a better place. So I always figured I would join. And my initial assumption was I would join in Ottawa because that's where I planned to live after finishing law school in Windsor. I thought I was going to move back to Ottawa. But I figured I was going to be in Windsor for at least a couple years, which would be enough time to kind of apply and get used to it. So I just figured I had a little bit of time. The Masonic Lodge was located pretty close to where I lived, or at least pretty close to where I worked at the Legal Aid Clinic. So I just wrote a letter, and kind of the rest is history. But I think everybody has kind of different reasons for joining. Michelle, if you're there, I know you've talked about it on the podcast, but if you want to mention what your reason for joining was. I know you're talking about the doctor's bags or whatever. Courtney Duffy, yes. So your favorite movie is Citizen Kane. All right. Well, you picked a classic. Like I said, I think Citizen Kane was picked the #1 movie by the American Film Institute or some organization like that. So that's really cool. So then, are you a fan, as a rule, of like the black and white movies, or do you prefer the more recent ones? I'm guessing Citizen Kane, you're gonna like old movies. I was thinking, do you check out books as well? What's your favorite book? I just finished reading this one, Horror Movie by Paul Tremblay. Great book. Taking a Stand. Very, very, very good book. One of the few books I've read in the last, I don't know how long, where I finished in like 2 nights. I just devoured it because I was so interested in it. I had a hard time putting it down. So if you get the chance, throw in there and let me know what you guys have been reading lately. And I know you mentioned Masonic books. There's a guy called John Bizak who's a great Masonic author. He's from Kentucky, if I recall correctly. Great, very friendly fella too. He's got a super thick, like Kentucky-ish accent. I believe he was actually a police officer, police constable for many years, and did a lot of great work in that. He talked about, like, he did Island Freemasonry, he did Sins of Our Masonic Fathers, a lot of really interesting books. So if you get the chance, I would encourage you to check John Bizak out. You type into Google, he pops up a couple of different spots. If you're new here, please by all means hit like, hit subscribe, hit a comment, or leave something in the chat. Let me know what you want to talk about. We'll keep going for a little bit longer. We still got people watching. Maybe another half hour, 45 minutes or so. So I'm definitely getting to the point where I'm going to need to grab some food soon. I had breakfast, but I had no lunch. So I'm feeling pretty hungry. Let me know, by the way, if you found, and if you follow us on Medium, or if you follow us on anything other than YouTube. I know Courtney follows me on Instagram. I know Dad, you follow me on Medium as well. But that's a really the more places you find me and follow me, the better it is. The more likely I am to, keep making this thing a success. If you guys clap for my stuff on Medium, that's always really helpful as well. But yeah, just gonna hit welcome once again. Welcome anybody who's here. All right, where's my? All right, let's see if I can. I gotta leave the stream for 2 seconds. I promise I'll be back. I don't see. Where'd he go? Where'd my little friend go? Hold on just 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, here he is. All right, I gotta go for 2 minutes. I'll be back. I just gotta run to the washroom quickly. Gotta make a call. I'll be back. I don't want to leave the chat quite yet. Here's my guy. I don't think he even has a name. Oh, this is Lumpy. I got him when I was doing wheelchair racing back in the day. He's a Paralympic mascot. So I'll be back in 2 seconds. Lumpy will keep you company. All right, I made it back. It'll be, let's see, a couple more minutes, I think, and then we will maybe go till 4 o'clock or so, see if anybody else shows up last minute. I don't think I'll be able to do one of these again tomorrow, but maybe next week. See if I can't... see if I can't do another one of these, but thank you guys for joining. Michelle, if you're still there, let me know if there's anything else that you want to talk about. I'll give people a few more minutes to jump on. I'm going to go into Twitter quickly. You know what would be super cool? A Masonic cookbook. I agree. Actually, people have talked about that forever, doing a Masonic cookbook, because in Freemasonry we have, the junior wardens who are responsible for feeding the lodge, basically. So creating some type of junior wardens cookbook where everybody can get together and kind of share recipes, especially like junior wardens recipes, so recipes you need for a large number of people, or recipes that you can cook that work for large numbers. So like soups, stews, all that good stuff. Anything kind of crock pot related, if that makes any sense, which I agree with. I think that works for me. It makes a lot of sense. The thing about cooking for masonry is it's so hard, because like you're always having these kind of conflicting priorities between, like, excuse me 1 second, I'm still here, I promise. Between, okay, you don't want to spend too much money, but also you want to provide them good food, but also the timing, like how you get the stuff that you need and when do you get it, between that, but I think I just wrote about this too. It's like the importance of sometimes picking conflicting goals. It's like, how do you, if you have the goal of saving money but providing an excellent meal, how do you do that, right? If you have the goal of increasing your dues but lowering, how do I put it? Of increasing your dues, but also increasing membership. How do you do that? If you have the goal of getting the business that you need to get done, but also creating an enjoyable Masonic experience, how do you do that? And so the ability to do like all three, or the ability to take what seem like conflicting goals and actually make them work, is in and of itself a real skill, and something that I think most people should try to do if they can. And that's also true in life, right? Like sometimes people get a tendency to be either or about things. Like I can either eat healthy or save money, but I can't do both. But I find sometimes if you just have a little bit of planning, it is possible to both eat healthy and save money. You just got to do things like buy in bulk or whatever it is. Nicholas Romita, potluck is my favorite. Potluck is my favorite too. That's a lot of fun when you have a lot of guests and a lot of friends over at your place and you can all cook together or bring stuff. We used to do that at work all the time, which I always really enjoyed, right? Which was the potlucks. I always thought that was really special and really fun. What would you, oh, that's a question. What would you bring to a Masonic potluck? Or just any potluck? Nicholas and Courtney, I think you guys are still there. What's your like go-to standard? If you are invited to a potluck, what do you bring? Nicholas Ramita, cheesy hash browns. I love cheesy hash browns. So I 100% support that. I love cheese. I'm growing in my old age more and more to like potatoes. So there you go. When I was a kid, I never liked vegetables at all. But even as I get older, just vegetables in general, I'm really starting to like, but especially potatoes. And I've always loved cheese. So there you go. So two of my favorite things. Any chance you can add, I think cheese and anything goes well together. I'm taking a stand. So is that your like go-to dish whenever you're asked to bring anything, you go with the cheesy hash browns? And if so, another question, why haven't you made cheesy hash browns for me? Which I think is a very valid question because I've never tried your cheesy hash browns, Nicholas. So what did I ever do to you? I will make them for you one day. So it's a good thing I had this chat because otherwise I would not have known to ask you about this. I hope that one day is soon, sir. I hope that one day is soon. Even if you have to mail them to me, just go ahead. Put them in a crock pot, mail them my way. Is there a secret ingredient? What type of cheese do you use? Nacho cheese, medium. So like medium spice, or do you make them extra spicy? Or can you make them extra spicy? Like, can you add? I feel like those would be really, really good with jalapenos, or like anything kind of spicy. I feel like would work really well with those. Mines would be fried cucumbers. I have never tried fried cucumbers before. What is recipe for that? Do you like bread it, or how does that work? Because I feel like, well, would that be like fried pickles? Because I've had fried pickles before, and those are really good. But I don't think I've ever tried fried cucumbers. But I guess we know what Courtney is bringing to the next Masonic potluck. See, stuff like that, it always reminds me of like diners, really good diner food. So thank you, Courtney. Love you too. It's good to have you join. I don't think we're going to be sticking around too much longer, though. Even though it's been a great chat, it looks like it's kind of winding down. I don't see a lot of people coming back to it. But I'll think what I'll do is I'll give 10 more minutes, see if anybody else can jump on. If they can't, there's no worries. Nicholas Ramita, I make that dish on Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's. All right, so those are the 3 times you make it. What are the ingredients? I'm guessing there's hash browns and nacho cheese, medium. Anything else, or is that like breaded cucumbers? See, now I would not have thought the sugar. That does not sound. See, I would not have thought that powdered sugar would go well with that. So I'm surprised. More, I can send the ingredients to you. Well, no, I mean, I would rather you just take the ingredients and make it for me. I ask you for so little, and cheese and potatoes is such a classic combination that I 100% think we should do this. All right. See, because I still don't know if I'm going home for Thanksgiving or when I'll be home for Thanksgiving exactly. But when I get back, we'll have to find the time. And I mean, and you're moving too, so that's going to be like keeping you pretty busy. But we will totally find the time together to do this stuff. And I will make you my favorite food. I don't know if you guys know this, but I can make a pizza with nothing but my credit card and a phone. So I'm pretty special that way as well. But I do need to grab some food soon. I am hungry. Don't forget to check out my stuff on Medium and Podbean and everywhere else. I've still got all that jazz out there. Cameron, if you do have any Masonic books to provide me, you have my number and address. I do. I'll take a look and see what I can find. That is called ordering out cheater. I never said I was an honest person. It's if you're not cheating, you're not trying, Nicholas, is what I always say. I think ordering out counts, though. You know, ordering out is fine. Although now I live so close to the casino and they have their free coffee, I'm always going over there. Then I end up eating there half the time. Their coffee's great. Free coffee's good. And then they have the fancy coffee. Nicholas, you and I went for the fancy coffee once at like 11 o'clock. So that's also special. They come out like donuts. All right, I'm questioning this. I'm looking this up on Google right now. Because you have me with the fried cucumbers, but then with the powdered sugar, I was like, I don't know about that. All right, fried cucumbers. Fried cucumber, powdered sugar. Okay, here we go. We got fried cucumbers. See, this one doesn't have any powdered sugar on it. But I would believe fried cucumbers would taste really good. Courtney, I'm going to try it one day. That's on my list. I'm going to find some. Yeah, that's right. You and I went for the coffee together. It was good. It was really good. So thank you. It was actually put on by GameSmart, Ontario. An Ontario organization that promotes safe gambling. Let me see if I can actually. I think I put it on X. Not PlaySmart. PlaySmart Ontario. I will. I promise. I will send them out once I go looking and see if I can find them. Oh, this is when I went to Amherstburg. I just like that picture. It was a beautiful day, and we went for a great Masonic event. John Cena, be grateful for where you are. Be grateful for where you've been, excited for where you're going, and appreciatively present for where you are, which is very good advice. Did I not put this up on? There it is, PlaySmart Center, which has a coffee break from 11 to 12 and 7 to 8, 11 to 12 p.m., or 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. every day. And their coffee is delicious. So if you live in Windsor and you think you might have trouble with gambling, you can check them out. Or if you are in the casino and you get the chance, grab some coffee. And if you don't follow me on Twitter, follow me on Twitter at Karen16. I also have at Compass_Square, but that one I don't really post on because I can't get into it. Elon Musk, if you're watching this, please help me get back into that X account. Every time I try to like send something to them, they never seem to get it, which is very annoying. Cucumbers in quarters and flour, and then egg and breadcrumbs. So it sounds like you know how to make that too, Nicholas. Is that something else you make regularly? Because if so, then you got two things you got to make for me now. Just for the record, Nicholas Romita, then fried. Yeah, so it sounds like you do make them. So I'll just be waiting over here for you to send those to me as well. No, I don't. Well, you got me all excited, but it's okay. Cheesy hash browns is more than plenty. Is more than good enough, I should say. What's your favorite hot sauce to put with them? That's my question. Because I feel like fried cucumbers or cheesy potatoes would go really well with certain hot sauces. Like I love Tabasco sauce. So would you say that is what you're going for? Nicholas, do you put hot sauce on your cheesy potatoes? Courtney, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I don't know about that part, but I do appreciate it. I'm just happy to do these chats. It's a lot of fun. Looks like somebody new just popped in. We're here chatting about Freemasonry or chatting about anything you guys want to chat about. So please throw something in the chat. Let me know. If you haven't done so, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. All that stuff really helps. I don't know how much longer I'll be doing this for. We've had a great time doing it so far today for 4 hours and 8 minutes. And I've really enjoyed all the discussions. Paprika, yes. I support that. I like paprika. Now, the best thing, in my opinion, on which you can add paprika are deviled eggs. Deviled eggs with paprika are amazing. So I support that 100%. I'm just looking here right now to see what I'm going to order. If I'm going to go out to grab some food, I'm probably going to go out to grab some food. I think so. Is that your favorite spice? So for me, paprika and cayenne are the best spices. I'm taking a stand. Let me know if that's your favorite as well, or if you've got a favorite spice to add to it. So we've got cheese, we got hash browns, we got nacho cheese, medium, hash browns, paprika. I feel like paprika would taste really good on fried cucumbers as well. Not that I know everything, but I suspect that it would go really well with fried cucumbers and the dipping sauce. Will Nicholas ever be back on the show, Cameron? I don't know. Ask Nicholas. Nicholas, are you going to come back on the show? I hope he does. I liked having him on the show. It was fun. We got to chat about paranormal stuff and its connection to Freemasonry. So I really enjoyed having him on the show. So I'm hoping he comes back on soon. Nicholas says, yes, I will. Oh, interesting. The search term that led to me was Mason. I guess people typing it into YouTube. So that's good to know. I'm going to see if I can't. I'm going to see if I can't make sure to include that in a few more. Right. Search terms are important ways for people to find your podcast. And let's say we have somebody new who joined. By the way, jump on If you're new to the stream, let me know who you are, what you want to talk about. We're here chatting about Freemasonry, but anything else we want to as well. If you could leave a like and hit the subscribe button, that'd be really helpful and really appreciated. The more we have people chatting and talking and sharing and all that good stuff, the better. But yeah, Nicholas could definitely be back on the show. I'm going to try to do something with Nicholas at the Masonic Temple soon-ish in November. That'll be fun. I'm going to type in welcome in the chat. Let's give 5 more minutes. Actually, I had potatoes this morning. I had hash browns this morning. So that's kind of serendipitous. And the hash browns were delicious at Johnny Rockets, which is at the casino. I just keep talking about it. But it's there. They have a good breakfast. So I like going there first thing in the morning for breakfast. Happiness is an inside job. Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, obviously, external factors are going to affect it, and you kind of not much you can do about that. You kind of have to. What's the word? You kind of have to. You're going to have some external pressures that affect your ability to be happy, but hopefully you can find a way to work past it. And, because I think I said it before on the podcast. I think boring people get bored, angry people get angry, happy people are happy. It's whatever's on the inside of you is going to sooner or later be what's on the outside of you. I don't want to go quite yet because it looks like a third person watching. I'm hoping they can jump in the chat and let me know what they want to talk about. If they're here to talk about anything Masonic or otherwise, how they found us. Did you find us through a notification? Did you get a link? Did it just like, were you scrolling on YouTube and you happened to see it, which should be wonderful if that was the case. If you can leave a like, I'd appreciate it. Hit the subscribe button, all that good stuff. We've talked today about a lot of things, really, but one thing we talked about were what is a Masonic duty. Nicholas said hard work. Courtney had some great answers, taking care of the lodge, taking care of yourself, but taking care of the lodge, charity, maintaining the exterior of the lodge, including the landscaping, supporting the community, getting to work. My dad, we talked about that as well. So, if you want to jump in there quickly, if you're watching this and you have any ideas, what makes a Masonic, what are Masonic duties? Jump into the chat. We also talked about some of our favorite movies, our favorite alien movies in particular. Nicholas, it's Alien or Aliens. Which are both great movies. I always go with Alien myself. And then we know that Courtney's favorite is Citizen Kane. So he goes for those classic ones. We also talked about science, geometry, King Solomon. Apparently, King Solomon, I did not know this, but had 700 wives and 300 concubines. So how he got anything done, I find shocking. I'm just going to say it. I find it shocking. I Speaking of the Alien movies, I just got the Disney Plus app. They had a discount going, so I got it for $1.99 a month with ads, but I don't care about ads. So I thought that was really cool and really, really inexpensive. Just $1.99 a month, $2.24 tax, and I get, amongst other things, I get all the Alien movies, all the Predator movies. I'm not a big Marvel fan. I'm not a big Star Wars fan, so I don't really care that much about those. So I enjoy the movies, it's fine, but I'm not, I don't love them or anything. But I have those now at least, so I'll only have it for a couple months while the discount lasts. But thank you, Disney Plus, for that. It also has two of my favorite movies of all time on there, or one of my favorite movies, or no, two of my favorite movies. It's got, I'm just pulling it up now. It's got Adventures in Babysitting from 1987, which is a great movie. It's also got, we talked about 90s movies above, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which, by the way, I'm probably going to get in trouble with the people for this. I think Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the movie, is better than the TV show. Even though I like the TV show a lot, I loved Spike. He is one of my favorite characters by a million years, in like TV or in anything. Spike and Drusilla, Spike and Drew, two of my absolute favorite characters, Spike and Drew, but I still really love the movie a lot. Nicholas Romita, TV show is better. All right, so you and I disagree. That's fine. We can disagree, but I'm going with the, I think the movie was, I mean, it's hard, but even can you judge movie to TV show? Like, they're so different. Like, how do you judge those things? Because a TV show, you're basically telling your whole story in 90 minutes. Movie, you're telling your whole story in 90 minutes. TV show, you're telling your whole story over 7 seasons of 22 episodes. But nonetheless, it also has got The Bear, which is maybe my current favorite TV show of all time. My current favorite TV show. It's so good. They just came out with season 3. I'm just waiting for season 4. I can't wait. Tomorrow, one of the best episodes of television ever. Doors, I really liked because it is what it is, which is an absolute. I love how it shows like the slog of work. Like, I think in a lot of ways, The Bear, the television show, has kind of mirrored my life in a lot of ways, because what happened is I started working on this project. So we had this thing, the Masonic Temple. I started working on this project, and the project had a goal, or had a January event attached to it. And so all of my time and effort and energy went into making those January events as successful as possible. And to not just my credit, but to a lot of people's credit, I absolutely think we did those things. And we had 2 amazing days in January. But then after that was done, it's not like everything stopped. Then the work continued, and it continued to be a slog to get it all done. And just day in, day out. And I think that's kind of true of The Bear, because in The Bear, you start with this thing, then they set a new goal to open a new restaurant, and they have their family and friends night, which was like our January events, where all the effort is going into making January a success. They do it. The day is a success, even though, Carmi gets locked in the lock and freeze or whatever, but the day itself ends up as a success, the night. But then after that, the work continues, and then it's just the day in, day out slog of having to get this stuff done, and how challenging and hard it is to do that on a regular basis, to be great on a regular basis, and all the challenges that you face when you're trying to do that, and trying to make that a success. I love this. So I understand it wasn't popular, but I love the episode of Doors, because I think it captures And it doesn't just have to be about cooking. Like, it captures that idea of like every day having to get up and do the work and put the effort in, and how draining that can be with whatever it is you're doing, whether it's cooking or Freemasonry or a combination thereof. It's really hard. And I think sometimes people take that for granted. They want their television shows to always be kind of leading to something, to some big event, to some big conclusion, to some big moment, where life, I think more often than not, isn't like that. Life is usually just a daily grind. It's easy for it to grind you down. It's easy for Freemasonry to grind you down if you're not careful. Nicholas Romita, The Blob. Here's the question, Nicholas Romita. The original Blob or the remake from the 80s? I can tell you my pick would be the remake from the 80s. It was, so what was the first Masonic book in America? It was written by Ben Franklin. We looked it up before. I can't think of its name now. Whoa. Going for the original, huh? I'm going to go with the remake. So you're going for the full-on black and white 1954 original? First Masonic book. It was Ben Franklin. It was The Constitutions of the Freemasons, printed in June 1734 by Benjamin Franklin. Now I'm going to check out, because I'm curious, The Blob was in 1958. Okay, question, Nicholas. Who starred in The Blob? The two main characters, like not the names, but the actors who played them. No looking up on Wikipedia. He's actually pretty famous as an actor. And also, what was the blob made out of? That's another question. I think I used to know that. So I'll give you the answer in case you're curious. It is Stephen McQueen and Anita Corso were the actors. And the blob was made out of... Here we go. The blob made of... Okay, the blob was made out of silicone with increasing amounts of red vegetable dye added as it absorbed people. Guess that makes sense because it's absorbing more blood. Oh, by the way, Courtney, I mailed your, I think I mentioned before, but in case you didn't, I mailed your birthday card or birthday note yesterday. So hopefully you should get it soon. If you don't get it in a couple weeks, let me know and I'll resend it. Another classic movie is The Stuff. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not to talk politics too much, but Elmwood, Transcona, which is where I grew up, just had a by-election. NDP, Lila Dance won, 48%. Conservative, Colin Reynolds, 44%. Liberal, 4.8%. So congratulations to Lila Dance. Also, congratulations to everybody who ran. I ran for city council once. I know it's really hard. So the fact that you did so and you ran, I think whether you win or lose, you deserve a lot of credit. I used to be really involved in politics back in the day. locally in Windsor, and I really enjoyed it. I met a lot of great people. I loved meeting Al Teshuba and working with him. He's a really cool guy. So yeah. But congratulations to everybody involved in that. We have the by-elections happening, elections happening in Ontario soon. I don't know when they're happening, when the next elections will be. Night of the Living Dead. That's a great, again, original or remake, because they had a pretty decent remake. Another classic movie is The Stuff. I don't think I've ever heard of This Stuff. The Stuff. A 1985 film. Okay, I've seen this picture. The picture of the dude with the screaming face. I've seen that picture like a million times. I don't think I've ever actually watched it, though. This Stuff is a 1985 American satirical science fiction horror film directed by Larry Cohen and starring Michael Moriarty. Where is Michael Moriarty from? Okay. Garrett Morris. Several quarry workers in Georgia discover a white cream-like substance bubbling out of the ground. Said to be addictive and sweet, the substance marketed as The Stuff is sold to the general public in containers like ice cream. Despite nobody knowing what it is and having 0 calories, The Stuff becomes a nationwide hit. See, I feel like that's one of those things where, like, that could probably happen, which is kind of scary. So, Nicholas, you're going with all the classics today, aren't you? Night of the Living Dead original, The Blob original. Night of the Living Dead was what, 1960 something? Night of the Living Dead, 1968. They're coming to get you, Barbara. That's the only thing I remember from that one. I remember in the remake, Candyman, Tony Todd, I think, was starred in it, and he did a really good job. The thing I never got about those movies, though, is they could always just run away, run backwards. Or not run backwards, but run away. Like, those things walked so slow, you could probably get behind them and you'd be okay. They couldn't even turn. He was in all the Candy. Not the most recent, I don't think. The remake, reboot, whatever you call it. But he was in the other ones. And I actually remember liking the sequels. A lot of people didn't. I mean, I liked Candyman. It was a great movie, obviously. But I liked all the all the Candymans, the Candymen. They were all good. They were kind of, the sequels. The sequels were kind of like, they were part of that 90s era, straight to video. They even if they weren't straight to video, they had that same aesthetic as Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers, or Child's Play 3, or the Prom Nights, or the whatever they are. They had that kind of aesthetic to them of that time before, after you had the big hits of the 80s slashers, and before the revival of the 90s and Scream. You had that weird period where you had a lot of these movies coming out direct to video, the Hellraisers, but they were the Children of the Corn, all kind of coming out direct to video, but also all really good too and underrated in a lot of ways. Not as so yeah, so that's kind of my thing. I mean, that kind of happens. I feel like that happens in cycles because in the late 2000s, it felt like you got another batch of direct to video movies kind of taking off from the IP. You had I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer, which is a great movie. Urban Legends Bloody Mary, another great movie. That movie always makes me think of Ottawa, Urban Legends Bloody Mary, because when I lived in Ottawa, the first time there was a Blockbuster close to where I lived. That's dating me, Jesus Christ. There's a Blockbuster close to me. And I always used to rent Urban Legends Bloody Mary because I just like scary movies and it was there. So that movie always makes you think of Ottawa. Hey, speaking of, holy cow, Gene Willems, he's a friend of mine on Facebook who loves horror. Check that out. I don't know if you guys can see that. It says, here's my Blockbuster memory, and that is my Urban Legend VHS tape. So I was just talking about Urban Legend Bloody Mary, and he just pulled out Urban Legend VHS tape. We've got them both from Blockbuster. That's kind of cool. I like that type of stuff when it happens. Dennis and I were talking about karma or whatever it was. It's kind of interesting when you get those karmic moments, you know? And I think karma a lot of times is just luck, personally. Or just coincidences, I should say, not even luck. Just coincidences that happen but are really interesting. Give people a few more minutes to jump on. I saw somebody just joined again watching us. So please, by all means, take a few minutes. Jump on the chat. Let me know how you're doing, what you want to talk about, what's going on. I'd love to hear more about any questions you want to talk about Freemasonry. We've been talking a lot lately about movies that we like. Nicholas and I both love movies. Urban Legend 2 was made in Quebec. I did not know that, but that's cool. I like Urban Legend 2. I think here's my kind of view on this. You have the original thing, which usually isn't as good as the follow-ups, but you have to love the original for starting things. So like, I mean, you could argue Psycho was the original slasher or whatever, but we'll say, you know, Halloween was the first to start the slasher craze of the late 70s, early 80s. But then Nightmare on Elm Street came along and did it better. But that didn't mean Halloween wasn't a great movie. And then Nightmare on Elm Street came and started the Nightmare on Elm Street series, but Nightmares on Elm Street 4 and 5 did it better. But that doesn't, you know, depreciate how important Nightmare on Elm Street was. Right? Nightmare on Elm Street was more important than Nightmare on Elm Street 4 and 5, but Nightmares 4 and 5 were better, if that makes any sense at all. And then I think what happened in the 90s, late 90s, Scream is the most important horror film because it restarted the horror craze. So it's more important than Urban Legend or Urban Legend 2 or I Know You Did Last Summer, even though I would say Urban Legend and Valentine and even I Still Know What You Did Last Summer are all better than Scream. Scream is the more important movie because without Scream, we wouldn't have had those other ones being greenlit. Which is usually how it goes, right? The most important thing isn't necessarily the best, but it's the one that gets the ball rolling and gets things started. I really liked a lot. Even Valentine. I think Valentine is from 2000, 2001. A really good horror movie that doesn't get the attention it deserves. You know, you can find a lot of these great horror movies, by the way. Courtney talked about it earlier. Tubi. What a great horror app Tubi is. So if you get the chance and you don't have it, and it's free. So how cool is that? It's completely free. Like right now here in Canada, and by the way, Courtney, you guys have way better like options in the States for Tubi, but just looking at horror, they've got House on Haunted Hill, The Rage, Carrie 2, Disturbing Behavior, The Borneo Incident, You're Next, Texas Chainsaw, P2, Witchboard, Devil's Re. So they have Truth or Dare. They have so many great horror films on Tubi. Kane, See No Evil, Volume 2, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the 78 one, Polaroid, great movie, See No Evil, Evil Dead 2, Slumber Party Massacre, great movie. Just naming movies on Tubi. Get Tubi. I'm not getting paid by them or anything. I just think it's a great app. Very underrated app. But more importantly than that, subscribe to the Square and Compass podcast. Leave likes on our videos. Leave comments on our videos. All of that type of stuff really, really does help. Really does help with the podcast. Without those things, it doesn't get out to as many people. Like YouTube really does try to focus on tries to focus on engagement. All right, that's kind of the key for it. So if you get the chance, please check that out. Comment, like. Also, I've got my personal accounts as well, which I try to promote when I can. Also, if you're in Windsor and you get the chance, on October 12th at 6 p.m., Temple of Blooms, the Shindig of Destiny, is taking place. It's at the Windsor Masonic Temple. I've got my ticket. It's just $35 if you order it online. It's super cheap, and it's going to be a ton of amazing acts and performances. So please check it out. Tomorrow, we're going to be celebrating two of my favorite people, Laura and Paul, both of whom have been honored by Grand Lodge. So we're going to be honoring that and celebrating that, which I'm very much looking forward to. We've got Scare House coming back to Windsor. There's a lot of really exciting things happening in Windsor. So I think it's a really exciting time. Let me know, Nicholas, what's the last great movie you watched on Tubi? Or what do you watch on Tubi mostly? Or any other, like you say you're watching all the Aliens. I'm guessing you're watching them on DVD because you have all the DVDs, right? Or the videos. Polaroid. Okay, that's a good film. I like that movie. It's kind of one of those like shut off your brain movies where you can just put it on, relax. You don't have to think about anything, just watch it. So that's a lot of fun, that movie. What were you watching your DVDs or your Alien movies on? I'm guessing DVD player? Mine is broken, sadly. DVDs. Do you miss Nicholas, like me? Do you miss VHS? I thought VHS was a really cool, like there's something so nostalgic about the scratchy quality sometimes and all that stuff. So I miss VHS. I had VHS players for years. Nicholas, can't wait to see you on camera's live chat. I love paranormal as much as I love Freemasonry. Well, Nicholas, we'll have to schedule some time for you to come on and be back on the podcast. I don't know when we'll do another live stream. Maybe we'll do another interview if you'd be interested in that. Just a sit down interview because I haven't done one of those in a while. I like to do more long form interviews, especially now I have my microphone. We could do it by Zoom or we could do it here. What do you think, Nicholas? Would you prefer to do it on a live stream or would you prefer to do it as like an interview, which we upload later? Doesn't matter. Well, Courtney, what would you prefer? Do you think you prefer to just watch an interview we do, or do you think you prefer to actually do a live stream where you can actually chat with us in real time? Anybody else watching this, what would you prefer? Do you prefer, or even could we do a written interview? Because we haven't done a written interview with somebody for a while. So I was just here at this awesome cabin in the woods. It's actually Heritage Lodge. I can't wait to go back there. I'm going to be back there hopefully twice in October, and I can't wait to do it both times. Give it another 10 minutes or so. See if anyone else wants to jump in and join the chat. Say hello. Otherwise, I think we'll be good for today. This went a little bit longer than I thought, but that's great. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the chat a lot. Please, by all means, anybody else who comes on and wants to talk, we can keep talking. But I do at some point need to get some food as well, which I really should have done. Gone with the Wind, classic. I agree. Gone with the Wind is a classic. Never actually, I say it's a classic, and it is, but I never actually watched it. I just know it's a classic. I think it was in the 30s, right? Are you going to Crystal Lake? Well, is that the? I'd like to go there one day. Crystal Lake is actually in New Jersey. But that I know that cabin looks like it's something from Crystal Lake, which is why I like it so much. Courtney Duffy, I would prefer in person, side by side. Okay, so we will go with in person, side by side. Nicholas, we'll just have to find the time to do it, but it'll go great. The Yeah, I think that's fun because it does give a chance for more questions to pop up, more people to ask questions, and we can interact with the questions in real time, as opposed to having to, what's the word? As opposed to having to like get the questions after and then try to respond in the try to respond however it is that we respond. So, because it's always good to see my dear friends. I agree. All right, sounds good. And when at the temple? Well, I think November is the plan right now. So we'll see. But I think November. I got to work. I got to talk to the lodge about it and see what they say, and how we can make it work. But that's my idea right now: is make it in November. But we'll do the live streams here as we usually do. Or we can do it at the temple too. Actually, to be honest, it doesn't really matter whether we do it now or in November. Or sorry, whether we do it here at the temple for the live streams. Either one I think works just as well. I mean, for the Windsor Masonic Temple, I've got some videos and stuff of it out there, so I hope you'll check those out. Give it another, say, 5 minutes. Anyone else wants to put in anything else in the chat? Otherwise, I just found this funny quote. Anxiety tip. Next time you cringe over some embarrassing moment you had years ago, try to remember other people's embarrassing moments. You can't, can you? That's because you're the only embarrassing human to ever exist. Everyone else is always thinking about how cringy you are. I think that's true in my case, to be honest. I think that's true in my case, but that's okay. That's some good views, some good turnouts. Maybe next time I'll try this on a weekend. What do you guys prefer? Those who are watching, I think there's 2 of you still left. Nicholas and Courtney, do you prefer weekend live streams or weekday live streams? Like a Saturday, Sunday, or Monday through Friday? I think I'll put that down as a YouTube poll as well. Nicholas doesn't matter. All right, so maybe I'll do a YouTube poll and a Twitter poll, and I'll ask, do you prefer? And I'll say, people can decide weekend, weekday, or doesn't matter. But I think we get better results on weekends, which I guess makes sense because people are not working. I'll have to actually go back and look and see what my results have been in terms of the different live streams and what days and when I get more versus when I get less. But I think weekends have actually done better. Although the earlier podcast did a lot better, thanks to we had Michael Moore and stuff promoting them, which I really do appreciate. Thank you, Michael Moore. Hopefully you jump back on and we get the Texas guys again, Jeff Bennett, Bucharest Red. He was great having on. So to all that's present, thank you so much. Courtney, I appreciate that. And same thing to you. I hope you have a wonderful day as well. I hope you enjoyed your Starbucks. We've had a great turnout. We're at just about 5 hours of live streaming altogether. So I think with that, I'm going to say goodbye. But don't worry, we'll be back soon enough. I'll do another one of these. And Nicholas, I'll get in touch with you and we'll try to set up the time to do the live stream. All right, talk to you guys later.